everybody. How's it going? Let me open that. How are we? I am all frazzled and stressed, but it's okay. I'm here now. I made it. You guys, I was literally speeding through traffic. I probably shouldn't admit that out loud, but I was, to get here on time. I still have not eaten, so I will be eating my Whole Foods lunch. Hi, Jemmabelle. I missed you guys too. Eric, I'm good. The doctor told me today that I'm fully healed. Isn't that so exciting? The thing, yeah. The stream, I think so. I think I scheduled it for 4:30 to be safe. Yes, I did. But I made it. Voice to text sucks. Hi, Christine. I know. Yay for healing. I'm so excited. Ooh, yay, April. Thank you for coming. I saw a couple of y'all that are here for the first time. Hi. Thanks for coming. Ooh, me too, Kai. Thank you. How do you say your name? Tyrannosaurify? Thank you. Look at, I have falafel. Have you guys ever had the falafel from Whole Foods? It's so good. I used to eat it all the time when I was a vegetarian and I stopped, but I started eating it again because, like, why not? I have to go listen to that. Ooh, what are we listening to? Inky Paradox? I know. Hi, bye. Congratulations. I saw your photos in the Discord. You looked absolutely stunning. And I love that for you. I felt like a genius. Hi, bye. You should always feel like a genius. Christine K says hi and requests you admit she's your favorite. I will do no such thing, but hello, Christine. Thank you for coming. Sending love to you. Hi, Lib. Ooh. You guys, I just ran up and down the stairs and I'm out of breath. How are we doing? Yeah, hi, bye. How was your wedding? Was it dreamy? It looked dreamy. Surviving Sister Wives podcast. Ooh, fun. First time in a stream. Gotta admit, I did watch this with Jen and James at Fundy Fridays already, but I'm excited. I've heard that. Genesis. I'm late to the game with the Sister Wives stuff, but I'm excited. Shout out to Christine, teacher Christine, and some of our other Discord members who info dumped for me, and gave me the updates so that we could just start with season 18. Because there's so much of the show. Like, there's just no way we could start from the beginning. It's because I'm Mickey's favorite. Okay, but Travesty to Meet You is an iconic username, to be fair. So, but I refuse to pick favorites. I'll tell you guys the same thing I tell my clients. I care for all of you equally and in your own different and special ways. Which, of course, is a lie. No, I'm just kidding. Now I have new falafel to try. Yes, highly recommend. Celeste. Hi, Max. Even more iconic because his name is Travis. That is more iconic. Okay, hold on. I need to take a bite of this. Hold on. Yeah, the Christine triumvirate. I guess there's 4 of you now with Eric Steen, huh? Teresa, that's how I feel. I'm also trying not to chew in your guys' ear. But I'm hungry, y'all. But I wanted to get on stream because also we're starting like 4 hours late already. And I don't want to be here till like fucking 8 p.m. So Eric Steen rules over the Esteens. Love. ASMR. No, I hate the sound of chewing. And I know that it's like an issue for a lot of neurodivergent people. So I try to be mindful of that. Hi, Mark. How's it going? Also, hello, Christine. What was I going to say? I don't remember. Oh, shout out to all of our mods, by the way. Our mods on YouTube are the people whose names are blue with the little wrench next to it. They're fabulous human beings who are donating their time currently to help me keep the chat not a cesspool. So please be kind. Please be respectful. Oh my God, Stephanie, a member for 9 months. Y'all are wild. Thank you so much for being a channel member. Excited the streams being back. Me too. Yeah, thank you to all the McNugs for being patient with me while I was working through it. Like I said, the doctor told me that I'm fully healed today, which first of all means that I can start sleeping on my stomach again, which I'm so excited about. But also hopefully that I can feel more back to normal. Yes, hold on, where did it go? Hi, Hannah Banana, Curvy Nerd. Yes, I did see that, and I saw that their reaction to that was a little concerning. Honestly though, like, I am such a I think all of the work that I've done with people who have been traumatized by parents, especially people who were traumatized by parents that didn't want them, has just caused me to feel a lot of sadness, and like, I don't know. I guess the only thing I can say about it is that I'm like telepathically hoping to send them some kind of like healing or peace, because raising a child is like such a serious and important endeavor. And like, for the child's sake, I hope that they're able to be present and safe people for that baby, Hawk or Van. Thank you for coming to the stream. Welcome to the first stream. It's kind of a mess here, but I like it. So, Anna, thank you. Hi Bye said my parents gave me a massive wedding gift, and honestly, it feels like reparations. I bought a new 55-gallon tank and I'm building the stand as we speak. Yay! Hi Bye. I love that, especially when people are like giving us gifts that are like representative of what we actually want or need. That does feel like reparations. I love that. Gemma Bell said, when I broke my arm and pelvis, sleeping on my stomach was a must, but now I'm often back to side sleeping. Oh my God. Look at all the channel members. Natalie for 8 months. Important duck news. My 2 tiny ducks are in love. Natalie, I love that. And Eric for 4 months. 4 months is almost to have a baby. Hell yeah. Thank you guys for being channel members and being McNugs. Y'all are one of us, and I appreciate you. Morgan has spoken at length about how her birth with their first child was very traumatic, which makes sense. Did you guys know that the United States has some of the highest mortality rates or infant mortality rates in childbirth and stuff like that for a developed nation? Like, the way that we handle healthcare in this country is fucking nuts. Christine, yeah, that's true. You would know, huh, Christine? Oh God. I feel like that must be so traumatizing to be in that environment all the time. Curvy Nerd. Yeah, I feel that. I've got to have surgery soon to have metal removed from my uterus. Oh my God, Lapine, that is so scary. I hope that it goes well. I will be sending you all of the good surgery vibes. Yay, Kat. I'm glad you got this stream. Yeah, I'm hopeful that because the stream's at kind of a wonky time today, we'll see some new faces and stuff. I saw teacher Christine say that she was getting a tattoo today. So, because we're starting later, she might be able to make some of the stream, which is cool. Full turn, baby. Christine, thank you for being a channel member for 9 whole months. You could have gestated a whole human. Yeah, Abby. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. That's scary. 0 stars is a really fair rating for that experience. This is why I want to be a non-binary midwife. Remedy, yes. That is very much a thing. I'm not having babies, but if I did, that would be like first on my list. It's like, everybody managing my healthcare needs to be queer in some capacity. Otherwise, like, you don't get it. Except I had a hysterectomy. Thank God. Christine, I've heard hysterectomies are kind of rough too, though. Because there's like a lot, like you have to cut through your abs, which is scary. Hold, please. Fabian, yes. Christine, 6 inches? Mm-mm. Travesty to meet you. I've heard that a lot, actually, especially when people worked in the medical system, like through quarantine and all of that. Very traumatizing. Hi, Gabby. I'm feeling good. I'm doing okay. I'm hanging in there. Ooh, also, look at you guys. Look what I have. It's a coffee. It's like a full caffeine coffee. I haven't had one in so long. Today, I'm just over 6 weeks. No, almost 7 weeks, actually, post-op. And Christine and I have had 2 very small half calf iced lattes, but this is the first like real caffeine that I've had since before surgery, and I am living my best life. Hannah banana, yes, very much so. Sort of, Natalie, yeah. But you have to, usually if you are going to pay for like priority healthcare, it's like wildly expensive. I know, because that's what we did with my breast reduction, because our health insurance, we couldn't find a surgeon who was covered by our health insurance that would be willing to do my surgery because of my BMI. So I ended up having to pay for it out of pocket, and it's expensive. The quality of care is great, but it'll cost you. Gabby, okay, look, let's see. This is a massive improvement from where I was. Yeah, like right, like there. You know what the doctor told me today, you guys? I was like, my range of motion is still kind of fucked, man. And he was like, well, yeah, you need to be stretching more. And I was like, but that hurts. And he was like pushing on the muscles and like trying to figure out like where it was hurting. And he was like, oh yeah, you just have to push on these. And like, pushed on the muscles really hard. And I made a terrible noise. And he was like, I know, I'm really sorry. It probably hurts, but like, you got to do that. Otherwise you might lose range of motion forever. Did you know that? Because I didn't know that. I got fixed in 2015 after years of trying. Forever grateful. Oh, shenanigans. I love that. I love that for you. Mark, what? I know, Natalie. Thank you. I feel like a little kid. I was telling my esthetician the other day, I went and got a wax and a facial, and I was telling her I feel like a little kid who just got new shoes, because now that I have like more range of motion and stuff, I'm like, look how fast I can move. Like, watch this. Kat, yeah, it is. The surgeon said they might send me for physical therapy if it doesn't improve in a few weeks, but he said because it's been improving on my own, he's really hopeful that it'll get better, which is some like targeted stretching, you know. Abby, yes, it is intense. Eric, I wish. I really want shoes with flames, or like shoes with lights, for real. I know that that's kind of a sensory nightmare, but wouldn't that be so fun? I would love that. Ooh, who just posted that in the Discord chat? Ada. Are those little tiny pumpkin hats? Oh, someone just posted a picture of the teeny tiny pumpkin hats for preemie babies in the Discord chat, and it's absolutely adorable. Hi, Raspberry. Not much. We're just catching up. I'm wasting my own time. We really should start watching the show. Hi, Light Estrada. Thanks for coming. Are you guys okay down there? Absolutely not, Natalie. Absolutely not. Wheelies, yes. Travesty, I was always too afraid to have wheelies when I was a kid because I was afraid I would fall. But now as an adult, I'm like, you know, I don't know. I bet I could go so fast. If it makes you feel better, I'm 36 and still go, look how fast I am with my really tall friend, and get the human form of zoomies. Lupine, that does make me feel better. Thank you. I think it's something we should celebrate more. That's fair, Gemma Bell. We are chit-chatting and catching up. Ooh, yes, Natalie, please do. Yeah, Eric, that's fair. I know, especially now that I am old, and I probably, well, older anyways. I'm not a child. And I probably won't heal as fast as, like, you know, a teenager would if they smack their dome on the concrete. But, you know, it'll be fine. I tried to get Christine K to get Heelys to hang off the back of my wheelchair, but she said no. Oh my gosh. Christine, you need to get wheelies. That would be so fun. Hi, Kat. Yeah, the Discord is available for members of the Patreon, so the link is in the description for that. I can't stay because my dad is in the middle of a mental health crisis. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Raspberry. All the family's getting together to try to help, but I just wanted to say hello. Oh, thank you for being here. I'm so sorry you guys are going through that. Definitely sending you guys love. I hope that everything works out okay. Just get a skateboard, Eric. I think a skateboard is more dangerous, no? Thank you, Natalie. The Pets Hall of Fame channel is like genuinely one of my favorites. It is crazy how healthcare works. I know. Okay, sending good vibes. Oh, yes. Also, hi, Irene. I didn't see you come in. To hang on the back of a wheelchair should be fine. I guess that's true. I think because the wheelies are like attached to your feet, in my mind, I'm like, I think that they are safer, but I guess they're probably not. It's probably the same, huh? Healy's concussion survivor. Oh my God, Leo. Don't tell me that, because now that's going to scare me out of it. Anyone remember moon shoes? Yes. Those things were a real death trap. They definitely were. I never had them, but my, I knew people who did have them. I was going to say who, and I was like, don't do that. But I knew people who had them, and I was always bitterly jealous because I wanted the cool stuff. I wanted stuff from infomercials as a kid so bad. Do you guys remember that infomercial with like the rainbow paints? It was like a sponge that's like really long, and then you put it on like these little paint things. You like wet it, and then you can paint rainbows on paper. I was transfixed by that infomercial as a child. All I wanted was to buy that. Thank you, Christine. Moon shoes, I loved them. They were dangerous, though. Yeah, Teresa, I am kind of glad that I never had them. Travesty. Safety, never better. Just want to say this is my first stream, and I love the vibes. Oh, Inky Paradox, thank you. I saw a couple of comments on the podcast episode this week about that, too. You guys are so kind. I'm glad that you guys like it here. Makes me happy. That infomercial makes me laugh. Love in Search of Words. It's such a good one, though. Mark, yes. But not in the toxic positivity way. In the, like, genuinely just good people way, you know? Glad you're healing well. Thank you, Mary. You can still buy the rainbow paints. Can you? Come again? Please say more about that. Where can I buy those? Probably Amazon, huh? Hyperfluous. Yes, it does. Also, hi, I didn't see you come in. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Ooh. You guys, I have a task. This is a volunteer task for anybody in the Discord that wants to participate. Erin and I do this thing for our Christmas cards every year. This is my favorite thing. It makes me so happy. So I don't like the idea of Christmas cards in the sense that I think a lot of people use them as like the highlight reel thing, you know? Ooh, hi, Fax. Thanks for coming. I didn't see you. Y'all started without me. I'm sorry, Fax. I got here early. I was like rushing. I got here early, and so I wanted to start. But okay, so we do this thing for our Christmas cards every year. And I don't like this sort of like polished, like hyper, like presentable thing that people do on Christmas cards. If you do that, it's no shade to you. It's just, I like normalizing messy life is all. So when we send out Christmas cards, we put a couple of photos of us in there, especially for like family who we don't get to see that often, so they can be updated about like, this is what we look like now, you know, and like, this is our life. However, most of the Christmas card is photos of like random things. Like one year we put a picture of Jenna Marbles and Kermit when she was trying to face paint herself to look like Kermit. One year we put a picture of the royal family in there. I put stuff from like infomercials and like weird TV show screenshots. Just stupid shit. I love putting photos in there that are like passable enough that if you're just like glancing at it, you don't notice, right? They're not like obviously fake, but then if you look closely enough at it, you're like, what is that? Like, who is in Mickey and Aaron's Christmas card? So if anybody has anything to submit that you would feel comfortable being put on our Christmas card, please feel free. If you guys have any interesting screenshots or memes, please let me know, because I'm currently farming for stuff to put in the annual Christmas card. Thank you, Leo. Gems, what happened? Hold on, I missed it. My good dog just ate 2 tablespoons of butter. Rip. I'm so sorry. That's gonna be fun for his belly. Oh, Gems, are you in fact having a little spat? Do you want a pic of Santa and my snake? Absolutely, facts. If you're, the thing is that you have to be comfortable with it being sent to my friends and family, basically. It's not just like going to sit on my desktop. Like, I'm going to actually mail this to people. So, did Aaron see the meme I made for him? No, Eric, I don't think so. Aaron has been working a lot the last week and a half or so. So poor guy's, he's hanging in there the best he can. I'll have to, did you tag him in it, Eric? I'll have to tell him to look at the Discord. I was trying to play Baldur's Gate 3 with Fax pre-stream, but she was sleeping. Gems. Oh no, I'm so sorry. How about a photo of my goose caught on security camera looking guilty AF? Yes, Natalie, exactly. Like, those are the vibes. That's hilarious. Hi, Katie. Thanks for coming. No, you're totally fine. We're just catching up and chit-chatting. Nina, that's such a good idea. That's hip-hop lady. Incredible suggestion. Hold on, I'm writing all of this down so that I don't forget. Because that is the best suggestion. Okay, hold on. Christmas card stuff. That's hip hop lady is so good. Mr. Worldwide has to go on there. You're right, Christine. That's hip hop lady. One of the joys of having a snake is how it takes over other people's lives. Hyperfluous, that's so fun. Charlie from It's Always Sunny with a string graph. Sarah, yes. Aaron loves It's Always Sunny. Charlie. Okay. Where should I put said photo? In the Discord, wherever. I think if you guys want to put it in, like, I don't know, the crafts and arts, maybe? It's technically a craft, right? Just do a collage of submitted pics. I normally have anywhere from like 12 to 15 photos. And like roughly 5 to 7 of those are going to actually be of me and Aaron, the pets, like stuff. Mr. Worldwide must be there. The thing is that you have to find a snapshot of him though that is like close enough to because I can't just put a highly edited photo that's like obviously like album art because it sticks out too much, right? Like the photo that I did of the royal family was like them at one of their like casual like meet and greet events, so they were wearing real people clothes, and so like I said, at first glance you just are sort of like whatever, but then when you look closer you're like you know what I'm saying? Yeah, Eric, if you want to, if you guys want to make a new channel for it, I'm fine with that. That one we might end up having to delete later though, just because it'll be a dead channel after a month, but I'm fine with that. Ooh, cross-stitching patterns. I know Teacher Christine cross-stitches. We have a channel called Crafts and Arts, and there's a lot of folks in there that do fiber arts. Facts, for real though. Not like they're, highly polished like wardrobe looks. You know what I'm saying? Okay, also we have been just chatting forever. We should start. Okay. So, first and foremost, for those of you who are new, hi, thanks for coming. The way that these streams work is that I will stream the show over here in the corner. I have an overlay over it because without the overlay, the stream gets taken down. So if you want to watch it without the overlay, while it is live only, you can watch that on Discord right this moment. If you're watching the replay, hi, love you the most. Unfortunately, there are no replays available without the thing on it. So if you're watching the replay, the only option you have, patron or not, is to watch it with the overlay. I'm very sorry. I'm working on it. I promise. That said, we are going to watch season 18, episodes 3 and 4 of Sister Wives today. I think that's mostly it. I can't watch this at a faster speed because Discovery is rude. Ooh, Guy Fieri. That's a good one. You have to win knit or crochet if you live up north. Abby, that's actually really funny. Oh, Christine, I just saw your Zoloft tattoo. It's so good. I love it. Is that your arm or your knee? Is that your shin, dude? Or is that the backside of your elbow? Because if that's your shin, that's sick, but also terrifying. It's my arm, elbow. Okay, I was like, God damn. You got a full watercolor tattoo on your shin. It's metal as fuck. Okay. I think we are ready. Hi, Meat Spice. Thank you for coming. Oh, it's the one with the Stardew arm. Got it. The color on it looks so good. I can't open it all the way, so I'll have to look at it after the stream's over, but okay. What, Katie? That feels, I don't know. Does he know That doesn't matter. I'm not going to ask you questions about Guy Fieri because why would you know that? Okay. I'm going to focus. We're going to watch this episode. We skipped the intro, so we're sitting at 58 seconds. You guys should be able to see the time because I moved up the overlay just a smidge so that you guys can see the captions and also the timestamps. So I will still be announcing them as we go, but as it were, if you want to sync your own device at home, you can do that. But otherwise, we're just going to be watching this episode. Hi, Suzanne. Thank you. I'm glad you made the stream. I'd never seen the show or any of the promo for it, but wow, the first stream was bizarre. Hannah Banana, yeah, I was shocked to say the least. Ooh, thank you, Hi Bye. I can't wait to see it. Okay. All right, let's get this episode started, and then we'll do some more chit-chat in a minute. So currently we're at 58 seconds of episode 3, season 18 of Sister Wives. So we're going to press play in 3, 2, 1. Okay, I don't want skip intro. I don't want that. All right, pause. We're at 1 minute and 18 seconds. That's a long intro. Okay, pressing play in 3, 2, 1. Okay.
My brother Michael and my dear friend Nathan and I like to do man trips. We've gone out to Brian's place in Oklahoma. My brother Michael's in his mid-30s. He's a generation younger than me. I wasn't raised in polygamy. My mom and dad taught me about polygamy when I was young, but they didn't become polygamous until I was an adult. I have 5 sisters, then there were 5 boys.
Also, I'm going to eat, so.
Nathan's been a dear friend of mine for years. He is a fundamentalist Mormon, and he's been married and divorced in plural marriage. So he's actually had that experience like mine, where he's got a wife that he loves at home and another wife that he loves who's leaving him. Brian's not a polygamist. He's mainstream. Brian was the consummate bachelor until
mainstream. Quick question. Does anybody know if Kody's curl pattern is natural? I thought I remember seeing someone talk about it being a perm, but I don't remember. That also could just be online slander. I'm not sure. I had the same reaction about man trips. Just because it usually comes across as the like man cave thing. The like, I don't like my wife or like my family and want to escape from them kind of vibes, you know? Hi bye, absolutely. It's a perm. It is a perm. Okay, has anybody that's a perm. I don't know why that makes me so happy, but it does. Oh, it was a question. Yeah, do we know if that, hold on, let me Google it. Hold please. Robin liked his hair curly, as I recall. Interesting. Yeah, that's kind of what I was wondering, Christine, because all of the photos of him when he's young and some of the photos from their early marriage is Kody Brown's hair permed. Over the course of the last 17 seasons, the 53-year-old has made a few style switch-ups. Kody appeared to straighten or blow-dry his long locks in early seasons. Lately, he prefers to flaunt his natural curls. So it's the other way around. Before, his hair, he would straighten it because he does have naturally curly hair. So it's not a perm. Recant that accusation. It is not, in fact, a perm. So he used to straighten it or like heat style it and keep it shorter. But I guess Robin probably told him that he liked it or she liked it curly, which is what somebody said. So that makes sense. Lots of people embrace their natural curves. Their natural curls, I mean. Listen, it does kind of look like a perm to me, but to be fair, some people do have curly hair like that. And some of his kids have curly hair. So it would make sense because doesn't one of his daughters with Janelle have curly hair? If I remember correctly from the last episode. Yeah. So that would make sense that she got her curly hair from him. Okay. Moving on. Not relevant. 2 minutes, 11 seconds. We're pressing play. 3, 2, 1.
A year ago, all I'm thinking about
Kody
is the fact
Urban.
that she's leaving me and I'm bitter and I'm yelling about it. I've been whining to these 3 gentlemen about my divorce with Christine for a while. This is like a men's group, a therapy session for me.
So, okay, so like, you know, with grief, you have the stages of grief. And I'm assuming that with divorce, it's the same type of a thing. Because you kept kind of being like, you know, I can't really believe this is happening.
It was definitely disbelief.
Yeah.
Like she moves my boxes all out into the garage, and I was sort of shocked.
The moment their stuff's all packed up.
Yeah.
It's like, what's going on?
Oh, I'm still in the anger state. it's over now. Christine's left. But I'm still feeling a lot of anger about sort of fallout, sort of the civil war with the family.
The very beginning, the first reaction was relief. I went from that to anger. Because what I started doing was literally going online and trying to research, if you're getting a divorce, how do you manage keeping things amiable with kids and stuff like that? And what it is just a bit.
Baby, hi. Sorry, we paused. First of all, because Aaron's here, but second of all, because I want to address this situation. Hold on. Hello, my love. I hope work's going good. I love you. Big dog. Oy, oy, oy. Okay. First of all, I just want to be super clear. This isn't therapy, right? I know that people say that a lot, and it's usually like facetious, but especially in fundamentalist environments, worth clarifying that the reason you can't replace the benefit of therapy by just having a close friend group is because therapists are objective, right? Therapists are able and should be able to say, listen, like with care and compassion, this behavior that you're modeling, this opinion that you have, this belief that you're upholding is toxic or unhealthy or not fair to the people that you're in relationship with. And like, we need to work on that, you know? Your friends oftentimes struggle to do that, usually because they're involved in your life, right? Like they have an emotional stake in what's going on for you. And so it's difficult for people to be fully objective. They're more likely to create an echo chamber for you than they are to like really successfully hold your feet to the fire in every circumstance. Not that people don't, right? It's entirely possible and they do. But in every circumstance, it's difficult. And so especially with really difficult things like divorce, for example, it can be very helpful to have an objective outsider who has no emotional stake in your life, right? Obviously we care about you, but not in the sense that like we are going to tell you things that will just like gas you up just because we like you, you know? I think especially environments like this too are like an eyebrow raise for me because fundamentalist men very much do the thing where like, oh yeah, but and like just, you know, they sort of gas each other up and it can create a toxic bubble really quickly. I reposted a meme in the Christmas channel. Ooh, thank you, Eric. Yeah, baby Eric made a meme and tagged you in it, I think, on Discord. So whenever you get a hot sec. My mom lermed my dad's hairs in the 80s. Actually, I think my dad has naturally curly hair. That's what it is. My dad did wear his hair naturally curly in the 80s. He had long hair. My mom permed her hair. That's what it is. My mom had a perm back in the day. They do look aggressively MAGA. Hi, Fawn. Thanks for coming. Hi, Kalita. Oh, Alexandra, hi. My hair used to be stick straight all the way through. After I had my daughter, I got some light curling. Interesting. I feel like I've heard that before, that like fluctuations in hormonal changes can like change your hair texture. Excuse. Did you guys know that happens after chemotherapy? Also, if you have chemotherapy and your hair falls out, then you basically are like starting anew. So when you grow your hair back after it all falls out from chemo, you are sort of rolling the dice about like your hair texture and all of that. And so like if you had graying hair before, it might come back as like the color that it was, or like it can be curly instead of straight if it was straight before, or like vice versa. Isn't that odd? I had no idea. I thought that was fascinating. It happened with my aunt. Yeah, Gemma Bell. I've heard Hank Green talking about it on TikTok. Yeah. The follicles change, which is wild. Lauren, what's the difference? I want that dice roll to be 2 ones. Facts. Okay. Let's keep going. Frank would be the third green brother. Oh. Okay. Having a baby is literally second puberty. That's what I've heard. Hi, bye. And also, like, just another reason that I'm thankful that's not happening to me. I can't deal with that. Okay, we're at 3 minutes, 20 seconds, and we're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
This really big, like, walk away from women movement, and it's about angry men who have been left. And I think that might have been a touch of poison because I got angry. So I'm going around to Robin and to Janelle, and they feel like I'm a woman hater. Like Robin actually said, this is affecting our relationship in a terrible way.
I mean, like I've witnessed Kody's process through this divorce, and he's all over the place. I mean, one minute he's angry, another minute he's very upset and sad, and then another minute he's like in this peaceful place where he's like, maybe this was meant to be, and then he goes back to the anger thing again. So you like be sitting there talking to him, and he just goes down this kind of crazy wild ride, and all of a sudden you're on the Kody coaster. It's scary. So you like it.
I did not mean to rewind. No one should be describing their partner as a Kody coaster that's scary. Like, that's good news. Yes, exactly, Fabian. Then he should go to therapy. Also, just the term Kody coaster is Gabby, I had the same reaction. Yeah, I just feel very unsettled by the way that they're describing him, especially knowing that he was essentially participating in what sounds like, if married men were incels, the like blatant and aggressive misogyny and like rage and hatred towards women is such a fucking red flag, especially if you're not in therapy to actively unlearn that. Like, if he's aware that this is bad and he's admitting that it's bad, but he's not doing anything to unlearn it, like, that's gonna be a fucking eyebrow raise from me. Yes, Abby, like, this isn't fun or cute, it's terrifying. Yeah, exactly. Okay, let's keep going. 4 minutes, 8 seconds, we're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Expressed is when you encounter
6 red
anger,
flags.
the root of anger is in two things. It's either in fear or it's in self-delusion or self-deception. You have to look in the mirror and see the good, the bad, and the ugly, and own everything completely.
I'm still in self-deception, I can tell.
Rugged, yeah.
So there was this moment when Christine told me she didn't want me to stay in her place anymore, where I was ambivalent. And the reason I was ambivalent, I think, was literally because I thought she was playing a game. So her being gone, relief. The fallout with the whole family is grief. The sadness that kids struggle with. I mean, I think the biggest fantasy any child has is that mom and dad love each other all their lives long. I don't know. It just, the whole breakup, the divorce is, oh, now I've got this check mark of shame.
Who wants to roll the dice and marriage be 50-50?
Especially
like,
now,
maybe
too.
this is going to work out, maybe it isn't.
COVID has changed a lot of things in our society. We were just talking about this today. We have another friend that just got divorced. Being together during COVID, they couldn't take each other.
I always encourage Kody to
Hold on, pause. Ooh, thank you. Facts. I'll turn it up. That might be too much. I'll turn it down a little bit. Yeah. First of all, facts. Excellent. Excellent pickup there. Kody realizing that other people have emotions is not a realization that we should be having at his age. But second of all, I want to address what he just said about how when Christine told him to leave, that he was ambivalent about it. And then when he realized that she was serious and all of that, then he went through these like different set of emotions. Because to me, there's so much. First of all, him being ambivalent about Christine telling him to leave because he thought she was playing games really speaks to the way that he devalues and doesn't take seriously the feedback of these people that he claims to love, or at least did love at one time, right? Because like any partner who's on the receiving end of their partner telling them like, our marriage is over, our relationship is done, you need to move out, like that should be an immediate like, oh my God, what the fuck, right? Like there should be some kind of feeling there, not just like a, like that's, I think that also speaks to the health of the relationship personally. But on top of that, this COVID ruining marriages and all of that stuff, like this is a real thing. This is like a real issue that's happened. But I do want to caution people against normalizing this, in the sense that like the people whose marriages fell apart during COVID because they had to spend time with one another were people whose relationships were likely unhealthy or like struggling in the first place, and being quarantined together just like really shone a light on how dysfunctional all of that was, you know? Hyperfluous, that's crazy that he claims to have never loved Christine. Like that's actually wild to me. But I think it's just important to recognize that like COVID was not like a single factor in the dissolution of a lot of people's marriages and relationships. There was likely stuff that had gone unaddressed or issues that like either couldn't be worked on or we didn't have the resources to work on, you know? And so I just really disagree with Kody representing this as though like he's not responsible for any of the outcome of his relationship. You know, it's not that people who, you know, had this similar experience are like bad necessarily. I think especially with all of the stuff that he says about his relationships, it's like really a red flag to me. Yeah, Mark, exactly. Yeah, that happened in my relationship, but tons was unaddressed. And I think that's like a similar experience. And he seems to be presenting this as though like, oh, it was quarantine and COVID and like all this stuff, right? And like, it wasn't my fault. Didn't have anything to do with me. It was Christine playing games and it was COVID and quarantine. And like, surely it had nothing to do with the fact that Kody was being uncaring and a checked out father and being really dismissive of his wife's emotions, you know? He's backpedaling more than I did in OT for my feet. Plus finances and health are some of the most common relationship struggles. Yes, exactly, Remedy. Bye, Kalita. Thank you for coming. Backpedaling so hard he met Jesus. Oy, oy, oy. Okay, let's keep going. We're at 5 minutes, 21 seconds, and we're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Have his guy time. I think it's
Bye,
important.
Anna.
Everybody
Thanks for
needs
coming.
that. You know, women need women time and men need men time.
Or maybe people just need time with their friends.
He did it fairly regularly. We used to call it Testosterone Tuesday.
Polygamy, literally, it could be a gift where it dilutes personalities. But if I'm married to this woman and she's really cantankerous or I don't enjoy her, but I can't leave, it'd be nice to have another wife because then I can get away from her for a little bit. Or it'd be nice if I'm the one that's cantankerous, she's thinking, it'd be nice if you had another wife so I could get a break from you.
You hit it on the nose.
And then if you dilute it more and more and more, I mean, literally
Might go both ways.
go both ways.
That kind of comment just makes me want to vomit. Maybe you should look at the whole big picture then in a situation like that and figure out how you can work together and be together instead of using somebody else as an escape.
Correct.
Are you kidding me?
Thank you, Mary.
How will it be for you
Surprised
if
by that take.
Christine enters into another relationship?
I might feel funny when that happens. I might get jealous when that happens.
I mean, I feel betrayed, no doubt. But I'm also like going, well, have a good life. I mean, what can I do? I'm not going to be bothered when another guy is in her life. I don't think.
Like
That
what
was
would
the
you have done-
fakest pause. That was the fakest fucking facial expression I've ever fucking seen. I don't think. Like, be serious, Kody. Be so fucking for real. No, he is not an actor whatsoever. I just think it's important to highlight also that the hypocrisy here is just glaring, right? The way that he talks about feeling betrayed and all of this stuff by Christine, and yet all of these women are supposed to just be okay with the fact that he just admitted on camera that he uses his other wives as an escape from them when he's fucking sick of their shit, you know? Ooh, yeah, no worries, Lib. Hold on, let me see. I think last time I turned it up here, and then let me turn this down a little bit. There we go. Microphone, that's as high as that goes, but let me, okay, that should be a little better. Drop the overlay on the frozen screen. You want to see? Hold on, just let me make sure the overlay is not gonna, yeah. Hold on, let me pause on his little facial expression.
Have a good life. I mean, what can I do?
Hold on. I just don't want it to get...
I'm not going to be bothered when another guy is in her life.
Okay, hold on. You guys ready? You want to see? Look at his face.
I don't think.
Okay, Kody. Definitely. Whatever you say, dog. Yeah, I think... I don't even remember what I was saying. But regardless, I just think... Oh, the hypocrisy. I think it's worth noting the hypocrisy here because he is so hurt that one of his wives divorced him after she gave him like ample opportunity to improve upon his relationship with her and their children. So she left, and he's acting like this is such a deep betrayal, whatever. Meanwhile, he's literally talking about how he hates his fucking wives and tries to escape from them on a regular basis. Like, okay, no, for sure. But this is all about you. Definitely, this is all so sad for you, Kody. Oh, you gotta start making that face. Irene, please. Okay, 6 minutes, 44 seconds. We're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Like, what would you have done different to save the marriage?
There was one time in my life when I realized the biggest mistake I made was Christine was kind of in this disconnect situation where she was telling me how much she hated polygamy. And my mistake was when she was saying, I hate polygamy, I was going, what the hell? You wouldn't have a family. You wouldn't have me. You wouldn't have our children. Instead of saying, I know it's hard, baby. I'm sorry. I love you, and I wish it didn't hurt.
No, it wasn't just hating polygamy. It was realizing that after I gave so much, and I did anything he wanted, and anything he wanted me to do, I did. But when I needed help, he said no.
They're not just my kids and my responsibility. They're our children.
He's amazing super dad helping Robin. He immediately started helping Robin with everything as soon as she came in the family.
Back in the house in Lehi, Utah, I was...
Hold. This is another thing that I want to encourage people to be aware of. Just with reality TV generally, but also I think in relationships, right? Kody presented this really clear story that, like, just with his side, you're like, oh, okay, right? That was some reticence. Seems like he has some remorse. He gets it, you know? Maybe he's not that bad of a guy, except that it turns out from Christine's account, that not only was she frustrated about the polygamy situation, it was the fact that he was not a present or checked in father or partner, and that when she asked him to be more checked in, he outright refused, right? It's not that he didn't just validate her feelings, it's that he outright refused to be an active partner in her life. That's actually wild that he's really presenting this as like, oh, it's one mistake I made that if I had just validated her, then, like, you know, it would all be better and things would have been fixed. Like, no, it sounds like there was this clear pattern of behavior where he was not a checked in partner or father if he didn't feel like it, and then he just refuses to be held accountable for the consequences, which is like the hallmark of a red flag in a relationship. Timestamp, Leo, we're at 7 minutes 51 seconds. I know, yeah, so many kids. And this is the other thing that, like, really pushes my buttons about fundamentalist culture, is that there's so many children here, and it is really difficult to be a checked in parent to one fucking kid, right? But especially when you have this many children who are divided among several households, who are all experiencing either similar or different milestones all simultaneously. Like, this is a Herculean feat to be checked in with this many kids. And it's not that, you know, Kody's failure is, you know, not necessarily being able to be checked in with them, but first of all, like, not wanting to, and second of all, putting himself in this situation in the first place, right? If we know that we're going to have a hard time being present with our children, then we should not have so many children that we don't remember their birthdays. Yeah, Fabian, thank you. I think the final straw for Christine was Isabel's surgery. Yeah, I don't think we've gotten to that, and or that happened in a previous season, but I am, like, vaguely aware of that situation. Leo, we're on episode 3, season 18, episode 3. Oh, Alexandra, that's so sad. Oh, it happened previously. Okay, thank you, Christine. Okay, let's keep going. 7 minutes, 51 seconds. Press and play in 3, 2, 1.
Working 60 hours a week. Christine was asking for things that plural marriage didn't really afford women generally, and those were certainly not things that Robin ever got.
Parenting is never easy in plural marriage. Kody's gone 3/4 of the time. And that's why I had childcare help, because I can't ask Kody for that kind of help. He's got too much on his plate.
If Christine called tomorrow and said, I want to sit down and talk about this, would you be there?
I'd have to go, okay, anger down, but I feel like I've been humbled enough by this experience to say, yeah, Christine, because I did some things wrong. I want to acknowledge it, say I'm sorry, and essentially set you free.
Now, looking into your other marriages, you will know what not to do, 100%.
This is the biggest lesson I've gotten from the experience of the divorce, is that anger is a sword that stabs indiscriminately. My anger was affecting everybody else.
Yeah.
Like the kids were like, Mom, what have I done to Dad? And my wives were going, what have I done to you? And I'm there. Boys, what an experience.
My anger has affected my relationship with Robin. It's affected my relationship with Janelle very much. I think Janelle's on the defensive now, and I can't figure out why. And if I reflect for a little bit, it's like, oh, I've been really angry. I'm challenged with my relationship with Janelle right now, but I think, once we get some things worked out, we'll be fine.
Pause before we go any further. First of all, him saying like, oh, I've done some things wrong. Sir, you've done a lot wrong. We should really start with acknowledging that. But second of all, the oh, well, now what not to do. First of all, is that a lesson that anybody needs to be taught? Not forgetting your children's birthdays. Don't refuse to validate or honor the requests that your wives make of you. That's not advice that anyone should need to get. Okay. But on top of that, this purposeful rewriting of the truth is just important to pay attention to. When people for those of you who are new here and don't know, we watch shows like this and talk about behavior like this, not for the purpose of necessarily making a spectacle out of Kody, although to be fair, he's certainly made a spectacle out of himself. But because I think it's useful to analyze the behavior and talk about how this does show up in our own personal lives, right? Partners minimizing and trying to rewrite history when they've wronged you is such a thing that happens in relationships, and especially in relationships with people that are abusive, problematic, manipulative, any of the above, right? And so please pay attention to that. If you notice this happening, if this is a repeated pattern, especially in conflict where they minimize, they shirk responsibility, they don't really seem to be receptive, they're very difficult to get a real genuine apology out of, pay attention to that. Talk to your safe people about that, because there may come a time at which you need to leave that relationship for your own safety, and having some background for your friends and family and safe people who know you can be really critical in helping to create enough support for you to leave that relationship. I think especially in fundamentalist culture, this is very much a thing that happens where they isolate people and they remove their outside supports from the marriage, outside of the marriage. And then it's a lot more difficult for someone to leave, because not only is there shame and judgment about it, but also where are they going to go, travesty. I don't know. I'm here to judge. Honestly, I get that. Not my neurospicy ass immediately saying DuckTales. Lou, my brain does that too. Anytime that I recognize song lyrics, my brain immediately finishes the song, or it gets stuck in my head, which is my favorite. Okay. Also, my neck hurts, to be clear. That's why I'm doing weird things with my head. Okay. Ooh, let me see. Christina, your tattoo looks sick. Also, your outfit today is a serve. Love. Okay. Let's keep going. We're at 9 minutes, 34 seconds, and we're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
And the boys were asking if you thought you would come over, and I said I wasn't optimistic.
No, I'm not coming over. I have a house. I have a place where we would have Christmas.
Cody hasn't called them. They haven't called him. So I can see that this is not going to resolve itself.
Janelle, I saw you right there mock my rules.
Well, and I've seen you call me all kinds of names.
I'm tired of being gaslit by you.
You are gaslighting me.
So listen, you really need to stop throwing me under the bus, okay?
Okay, you know what? Then you stop throwing me. You act like this is my fault.
Damn. You go, Janelle. No thank you with that music, though. I can't wait to make all of this seems with the new cringe trait.
Robin's backyard, where it became apparent to me, at least, that I was going to need to do a separate holiday with my kids. Cody's been out of town for a week or so, so he's going to come over, and I just really need to make sure he understands that I'm doing something separate for Christmas. I kind of need to finalize those plans with him.
Hey, it's winter out there. Janelle and I have really been struggling. At the same time, I'm sort of being in this place where I kind of feel like I'm begging for something deeper. Oh, burr. Drinking my water hot these days because there's no decent way to stay warm.
Just really quick, I know that this is nitpicky, and I want to be clear. I'm not necessarily speaking definitively about Kody specifically here, right? However, as a trait to keep an eye out for when we talk about problematic partners, I just choked on my own spit just now. People who have like manipulative tendencies, these people who can complain about anything, that like everything is a disaster, it's all bad all the time, everything is like so uniquely difficult for them. This is a red flag, you know? Somebody who's impossible to please, who will nitpick even the best of circumstances, who's just like sort of perpetually under a rain cloud, and especially when they're under a rain cloud, but they make it your responsibility to fix it or to soothe them. Not good, right? This is different than just like having depression, for example, right? Or somebody just like being in a rough spot or like having a hard time. Those people are often receptive, at least, to empathy or to support or to like some level of connection and community, right? Especially when we're depressed, oftentimes the thing that does help is like being in community with someone, you know? Even if we're not going to say like, oh, I feel better, we at least find some solace and some comfort in someone being like, yeah, you know, like this sucks, I'm here for you, like I get you. But this, like the way that he does this is telling, in my opinion. It seems to paint a picture about how he just is sort of this like perpetual complaining, like nitpicking person that makes it everybody else's responsibility to try to make his life better, which is not fair, and also I think speaks to like the level of like manipulation and caretaking that could potentially be happening here. Remedy, like I said, this is different than just being depressed, because oftentimes this behavior also comes with the like explicit intent to be manipulating people, right? This is rarely, if ever, a behavior that someone does on accident. Being a whiner or a complainer is not the same as trying to like force the people in your life to caretake you so that you can further nitpick them and like chip away at their sense of self-efficacy, because ultimately that's what this behavior does, right? When I say, oh, it's so wintry outside, it's cold, there's like I need to drink this hot water because there's no other way to warm up, you know, and then for somebody to say like, oh, you know, I'm really sorry. Well, yeah, you know, I mean, can't you turn the heat up in here? Like, can't you do something? Like, do you see what I'm saying? How this behavior eventually serves to like pick away at somebody's self-confidence, somebody's sense of self, really. This is why I said it's a red flag behavior to look out for, because these people will be continually on a loop with the purpose of degrading you and making you feel like shit, or making you feel helpless, like stuck and hopeless. Oh yeah, if you guys want to join the channel memberships, you can click the join button. You can become a McNug. Hi baby, hope everyone's having a good stream. Thank you. Also, yeah, if you guys haven't yet, like the stream, it helps. Alexandra, you're not a fan of tea? Oh, I just reorganized my tea cabinet at home because I've been on a no caffeine journey. And believe it or not, I've actually felt really nice not being so chronically dependent on caffeine. So I'm trying to embrace my low caffeine life. I think most people with depression are loath to even bring it up or ask for support. Yes, exactly. Hi, bye. I think that's like the big difference. Because there's nothing wrong with being sad, right? Like, it's totally okay to be sad and to have a hard time. And for that to not get better for a certain amount of time. But it's like the intentional nitpicking and degradation here that, yes, yeah, exactly. Constant negging, 100%. Okay. Kat, if you join Patreon, do you also have to join? No, Kat. So the channel memberships and Patreon are separate. The benefits for the Patreon they're separated into 3 tiers, and it's listed on the landing page when you click the link in my description. Channel memberships is exclusive to YouTube. It will give you access to our emotes that people use for the live streams. It also gives you priority reply to comments. So YouTube will notify me when one of my channel members leaves a comment, for example, so that I can see it and respond to you. And there is occasionally like a members only perk, like a members only chat on a live stream or something like that. But the Patreon and the channel memberships are separate. You can do one, the other, both. Doesn't matter. You also don't have to do any of them, to be clear. I'm just happy that you guys are here. So yeah, yes, facts. I feel that it's the ADHD. Orange Crush and Sprite. Ooh, I didn't even think about that, but I love orange soda. Facts. Tea drinkers. Okay, 10 minutes 57 seconds. We're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
What you doing?
Work. A little bit. Work. A little bit.
You know, it's like, I see the writing on the wall. This whole thing happened with Christine, and I don't want to be in that place with Janelle. It feels like Janelle's been completely insensitive to that.
It is not her job.
You guys have a very tiny Christmas tree.
Well, she's living in an apartment,
Yeah,
so.
I'm going to actually take it with me to the B&B. So.
That's so
I'm
sweet.
treading really lightly here because I can't get a read on Kody. We've never had a discussion about the separate holiday. The last discussion we really had about it was on Robin's porch.
What are you doing for Christmas?
I'm here.
Are you?
Yeah.
What about your kids? Who of your kids are coming?
Where are you going for Christmas?
I'm here. But
Okay.
my kids, they're renting an Airbnb. I don't think they're welcome.
I never said my kids weren't welcome.
If they apologize, and they're kind of
No. I completely reversed that. I said, all we've got to do is be able to have a conversation so we're not sitting here in our house like a bunch of alcoholics that had a fight last night and forgot it happened.
So they're getting kind of a rental home here in Flagstaff?
Yeah.
Hold. The way that he just equated his children holding him accountable for being hurtful as being alcoholics who got in a fight and just refused to acknowledge it the next day is actually unhinged. Like, this is the kind of shit that I'm talking about. This behavior is a red flag, right? Very much giving the vibes of like, how dare you hurt me by telling me that I hurt you? Like, this is wild. If you're a parent watching the stream, first of all, big love to you, because being a parent sounds fucking terribly difficult. And I want to encourage you to remember that part of parenting is being an imperfect person, which will mean sometimes that you hurt your kids. The mark of a good parent is not whether or not you hurt your kids or don't hurt your kids. It's how you respond to that, right? Hurting our family and our loved ones is an inevitable part of being in relationship with them. And what separates healthy relationships from unhealthy relationships is our ability to say, that was me, right? That was my B. I fucked that up. I really hurt you and I'm really sorry, right? Like, I want to actually be present with you to like give you space to feel how you feel. I hear that. I recognize that. I'm going to work on myself to be better in the future. And like, I want to like be in this with you, right? I tell my clients all the time, as scary as conflict can be, it is kind of an act of love, because essentially what you're communicating is that I love you enough to work through this really uncomfortable fucking situation, rather than run away from it, right? Choosing to be present in conflict is an act of love, especially when we're doing it like kindly, respectfully. What are we congratulating Christine on? Hold on. I missed it. Christine, that reminds me, my mom has a real therapist now. Ah, Christine, I love that. Oh, I'm so excited for you. I hope that turns out to be like a turning point or some kind of transformative moment, because getting parents into therapy can be really hard. But very much like, that's the energy, right? I'm willing to work through this uncomfortable thing in order to make our relationship better. And Kody fails at that at every turn so far. Okay, let's keep going. 12 minutes, 19 seconds. We're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
because everybody's coming this year.
Everybody is?
Yeah, not Maddie and Kayla, but everybody else is.
Everybody is coming.
Yeah. So,
and I'm just finding this out?
Kody, you're the one who said they can't come until they
I didn't
apologize.
say-
You said last time we talked, you said they can't come till they apologize.
Listen, and I need to communicate some more, because
That's what you said. You've said that to me multiple times. They need to apologize. But there's been no movement on either side. Kody hasn't called them, they haven't called him. So I can see that this is not going to resolve itself.
So you're taking that to the B&B?
Yeah, I bought a small one for the apartment.
How big is the B&B?
It's like just a house. So Hunter gets here Monday.
That man is
and then he's just going to
water.
stay at the apartment.
Here? He's going to stay here?
Sleep on our mattress or something.
This whole house thing that they're doing, I don't know, as much as it's probably my fault, it's like a knife right through my heart. This Christmas tree,
You see?
it's like the complete degradation of our family unit. I'm trying to hide this. I'm just overwhelmed by it. And I feel the adrenaline rushing into me. It's just absolutely heartbreaking to me.
This is so hyperbolic, first of all. But second of all, yeah, probably my fault. Hello. On top of that, I want to point out the thing that I've said before, and I'll say it again on the channel. It is never a child's job to maintain a relationship with their parents. If you, as a parent, either chose to bring a child into this world or you chose to put yourself in a position where you're their guardian, they're safe people, you are responsible for making sure that that relationship continues to exist and continues to exist healthily, ideally, right? It's not the responsibility of children, even when they are grown adults, to be doing the most to try to get you to be in relationship with them. That's so fundamentally backwards because as the grown-up, as the person with more years of life, you should be responsible for your own self. The calling of parenthood is sometimes to put your own shit to the side and recognize that, like, my kids hurt my feelings, right? That's just what kids fucking do. Sometimes kids are still figuring out how to be grown-ups, how to be people in life. And so as the person, again, who has more years of life under your belt, it's your job to put your shit to the side and be the mature one. Process your own shit in your own time so that you can be there for your kids, right? The calling of being a child is not to be a perfect person, and kids are going to hurt you sometimes. That's just what they do. Like, as a parent, you should be willing to work through that and just let it go because kids are messy, you know? Kids fuck shit up sometimes, and that's fine. That's developmentally appropriate. Like, that's especially teenagers, young adults. They're going through this really disruptive and difficult time. And it's hard for kids to, like, emotionally regulate and work through their own stuff. So they're going to lash out at the people that are safe to them, you know? That means that parents get kind of a fucking raw deal sometimes. That's how parenting is, right? Like, you should develop your own support system outside of your kids to deal with that. Feel how you feel about that. But still, at the end of the day, be willing to come back to your kids and be like, hey, I love you. I care about you. I want to have a relationship with you, right? Like, again, I'm willing to work through this conflict with you because I love you. This is the fucking opposite of that. And also, to be clear, I don't blame his fucking kids for not reaching out to him because I wouldn't want to have a conversation with this man either. It sounds like a losing endeavor from the beginning. Yes, facts. It's to be loved unconditionally and learn how to be a good person. That's what childhood is about. Exactly. Like, that's the role of a parent, is to unconditionally love your kids even when they do fuck shit up, right? Even when your kids are really mean to you. The modeling that we're doing is to say, hey, that wasn't cool, right? That hurt my feelings. I didn't like that. And also, I still love you, you know? Like, we're going to work through that. We're going to figure it out. But I, as the grown-up here, I'm going to come back to the table again and again and again, as many times as it takes, to prove to you that it does not matter how mean you are to me. It does not matter how many times you fuck it up or say or do the wrong thing. I got your back, right? I love you. You are worthy of being, pursued even when we're in conflict. My mom complains so much about how, prepare for them to hate you as soon as your kids turn 12. Like, maybe it was you. Yes, exactly. That's a fair point too, Christine, that, like, ideally if we're fostering a healthy relationship with our kids, there's not going to be, like, an endless amount of conflict with them, you know? Yes, Abby, that's the thing that kills me, is that Kody signed up for parenthood like 18 times. He signed up for this again and again and again, and is still somehow disappointed that his kids are not just, like, taking whatever breadcrumbs he's willing to offer them, which is actually nuts. Okay, let's keep going. 13 minutes, 31 seconds. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1. Oh, facts. Cry if you
Hunter's
need to
coming
cry.
Monday, and he's just staying here. When are you getting the
Starts on the 20th.
Are you getting the B&B? The short-term rental?
Yeah, Christine and I sharing it. Because Christine's coming after
So sweet.
Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
Because she said Isabel and truly want to see you.
Yeah.
And the boys were asking
Yeah.
if you thought you would come over, and I said
No,
I
I'm
wasn't
not.
optimistic.
No, I'm not coming over. It's I
See?
have a house. I have a place where we would have Christmas.
But you
come
put
to me,
stipulations on
No,
it.
Janelle,
or we
You
don't have a
put
relationship.
stipulations on it,
all I
Kody.
want to do is talk to them. We're not
You
gonna.
told me.
No. You can ride that all you want.
Okay, you know what? You
but
keep flipping it
I
on.
Hold on, pause before we get into this. First of all, hi, Blue Sheep. Thanks for coming to the stream. Welcome. Great timing. We're about to watch the most explosive moment of this whole episode. But also, yes, you guys definitely feel your feelings about this whole issue. Like the parenting stuff is so hard. It's traumatizing. It's difficult, you know? And sometimes part of healing from parental trauma is grief, you know? We cry about like, I wish that my parents were different people, or I wish that I had the parents I deserved to have, but I don't, you know? Christine, yeah, all the hands in the air. Wave them like you just don't care. Yes, Hope, that's the thing, is that he could humble himself and let go of his hurt feelings to reach out to his kids and still be like, hey, right, like this hurt my feelings. And also, I still love you, you know, I still want to be in a relationship with you. Christine, I'm sorry. I know it like I said, it's very emotionally volatile. Ooh, Mark, that's a good point. Mark said, put your finger down, my guy. That's a good point. I feel like Kody's body language is routinely pretty aggressive. To be fair, not Christine, Janelle is doing the same thing, but Hattie that proudly wave that hand in the air, because also I have a secret for you. It's everybody. If it's not mommy issues, it's daddy issues. We all have parental wounds. Okay, let's keep going. Ooh, Renee, living with parents when you're grown is so difficult. Okay, 14 minutes, 18 seconds. We're going to press play, but also quick trigger warning. This conversation is going to be explosive. There's going to be behavior here that's probably really similar to abuse. If that's a soft spot for you, you can mute, you can check out and come back in 5 minutes-ish. But just be aware of that. Please take care of yourselves. Okay, 14 minutes, 18 seconds. We're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Corrected that completely.
No, you did. Well, too late. I'd already
How
told
is that
them.
too late?
I already told them that unless they apologized, that they weren't going to be able to come
and you
to
didn't
Christmas.
correct it?
So what kind of conversation could happen without my boys issuing an apology to make it safe for them to get together to have a conversation? The mechanics are the same.
See, you always,
You're not
you always
representing
no,
very well for
you
me.
put
Stop
this back.
representing
You
for
put
me.
it. Well, then you call them, Kody, because you always put it back on me.
That phone goes
You-
both ways,
you
and
put
I've
it
been
back
available
on
to
me.
talk to them.
You know, it still surprises me that Kody feels like it's my responsibility to facilitate this relationship between he and my children. He's a parent as much as I am.
You are
Yes,
always
Janelle.
all this stuff. You're always flipping it back on me.
It's because
You're
it
the
belongs
one-
on you,
No,
Janelle.
it does not. Why does it belong on me? Why does it belong on me?
Because you didn't support my stand when it came to actually doing the COVID stuff.
Kody, I was protecting my children, and you have said, choose your loyalties or you're not going to have a husband. So I'm supposed to choose between you and our children? That's
know
what
what?
you basically said.
All you have to do is support what I'm doing. Do you understand that parents are supposed to make a united front?
I'm now being accused of everything he just accused Christine of and a lot of what he accused Mary of.
Janelle,
Hold. Okay. So I want to address this first of all because the phone goes both ways thing, full reject. Again, never a child's job to maintain a relationship with their parents, especially when the reason that we're not in contact is because the kids have a grievance with a parent and the parent's just not being receptive. Like, fuck that. Yes, that's fair. Also, for what it's worth, I have had a perm in my lifetime. I don't think there's anything wrong with perms. I think we're mostly just nitpicking Kody, but I hear you. Duly noted. I retract that. Thank you. Support me being terrible. Yeah, Teresa, that's really what it comes across. And also that his continued insistence that it's somehow Janelle's responsibility to make their children have a relationship with him so that he can stand there with his hands in the air going like, It's not my fault. It's not my problem. This is, again, the thing of like, if you don't come to me, if you don't grovel on hands and knees to make me feel better about myself, and you don't like stroke my ego, we don't have a relationship, which is so toxic. And I would argue, honestly, that the kids might be better off having limited to no contact with this parent at all, as difficult as that is, because somebody who is committed to viewing relationships in this way is really not going to be a safe person until they work through their own stuff and like do some real serious work on themselves and the way they view relationships. Also, if you're being abusive to our children, there's no way. Yes, Gabby, thank you. Especially because it comes across as like a united front essentially means that you are just a hype man for me, regardless of what I'm doing and how it affects you and our children. But if I don't like what you are doing, Janelle, then I don't have to be in line with that, right? Like, he doesn't want to be a united front. He wants his wives to be a clone and or just like a stand-in, so that it can be like the Kody show, which is not what healthy relationships are. I wish he had reminded him that the children are resolved with the Christmas plans. He's the only one who has issues. Honestly, TJ, this is fair. Because also, again, this is the thing. Remember we talked about the complaining? This is the thing that I'm saying. That like, oh yeah, we're doing this Airbnb and blah, 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 and like being all complainy about it. But there's a clear solution in front of him, right? There's a clear and obvious course of action that he can take to rectify the situation, but he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to do that because that requires him to work. That requires him to apologize. That requires him to be held accountable for his shitty fucking behavior. So he's just going to stand there with his dick in his hand and just like, what do you want me to do? I can't do anything. And like, that's fucked up. This is why people who are like this are impossible to resolve a conflict with, because they just are committed to being this like helpless, I can't do anything, everything's all bad and everybody's being mean to me. And like, that's not true. That's not true. And it's exhausting to try to argue with someone who's committed to seeing it this way. Yes, Mark, for real. Yes, his ticket to the highest kingdom. Exactly. This was textbook my mother's abuse style, always confrontational and emotionally aggressive with my dad when he didn't 100% agree with her. Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Kody is just pissed that everyone is still isn't still facilitating his responsibilities. I don't think he was ever actually a good dad or husband. The OGs created an environment he could be yes. He is the word manosphere. Facts. Exactly. Okay, let's keep going. 15 minutes, 37 seconds. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
You keep acting like this is my fault.
Rules.
You did not give us any rules.
Every day we talked about what they were.
No, you didn't give us the list until November.
The list was nothing. We were already talking about it and everybody was denying it anyway. Listen, I'm tired of being gaslit by you.
You are gaslighting me. This, like, all this, I feel so pressured, bull. This is you saying, I don't want to do it, but I'm going to make it your fault.
So listen,
Hell
you
yeah,
really
Janelle.
need to stop throwing me under the bus, okay?
Okay, you know what?
See how he just breezed right past what she just said? She gave him a very clear and easy to understand grievance, and he just said, boo, like we're flying right past that. Stop throwing me under the bus. The way that Janelle is holding to her own and standing on her own 2 feet makes me so proud. Oh, bye, Mark. Thank you for coming. I have to head off for a bit. I'll be back soon. Thank you. I appreciate you. He had to switch tactics. Yes, exactly. Because Janelle is being very clear. She's being very easy to understand. She's being passionate and like, emotive, but she's not being abusive. She's not being convoluted or confusing. She's providing him with a very clear statement. Like, this is my grievance. This is my issue. Are you going to address this? And every time he just right past it. We're not even going to address it. We're just going to like breeze right on through. And like, that's not, again, this is what I mean when I say that it's exhausting to be in conflict with people like this, because it does not matter how clear you are, how calm you are, how kind you are, they will be committed to misunderstanding you. And that's not on you, right? Like, that's not your fault. Janelle handled this in about as good of a way as anybody could. And still Kody refused to acknowledge that, which is very much a statement about Kody, not at all about Janelle. Okay, 16 minutes, 9 seconds. We're pressing play in 3, 2, 1. Oh, bye, Natalie.
Then you stop throwing me. You act like this is my fault. You have somehow set me up
Janelle,
as like the
no.
Teflon queen. Isn't that what you said?
Yes, because you won't take responsibility
Kody,
for
I
your
did
own
nothing.
actions.
I sat at home. I did what I was supposed to do, but it
Janelle,
wasn't ever good enough for you.
this is all I need.
You wanted me to kick the boys out.
This is all I need, is to not sit here and pretend that at Christmas time nothing's wrong.
You act like this is
Do
not
you want
your
this
fault.
relationship
I
between you
don't
and I
know,
to
do
work?
you? Because when you say choose your loyalties, choose between me and your children.
Now you are literally gaslighting.
I
was
not.
only asking everybody to obey the rules of our home.
I agreed to the CDC rules. You had more. And it was never good enough, Kody.
You know
I
what?
wasn't going to turn my boys out in the middle of a pandemic.
Which is very
They
understandable.
chose to have their social lives. You
know
keep
what?
circumventing the culpability here, and you keep wanting to put it on me, and you are wrong.
No, listen.
Dead wrong.
This goes
What does it
beyond
go
you
to?
saying, well, we're an alcoholic family and we're shoving everything. Kody, it goes beyond that. COVID, you got COVID, and now all of a sudden there's this new rule that the family can't get together.
What new rule?
The boys have to mea culpa and say they're sorry.
Janelle,
sorry
I
for
corrected
what?
that and you know it. So stop using that
No,
one.
because
you're
you-
hanging your hat on that one.
Because
and
you
you're wrong.
yelled it at me for many, many times. You yelled at him. 2 times we had a conversation.
I'm not allowed to be angry over this entire experience.
And I'm
See how we just diverted the point here? First of all, yeah, the word obey is an icky word. First of all, I want to point out what Janelle said earlier, which is that regardless of whether he changed the verbiage around like they need to apologize versus like we need to have a conversation, that the mechanics are the same, right? I think that's a really key distinction. And I'm glad that she brought that up, because this is a thing that happens in these relationships, right? Where like, regardless of the verbiage that we're using, the core of the issue is the same, which is that Kody is refusing to at all engage with his own children until they perform what he views to be an appropriate amount of like essentially groveling, so that he will then grant them forgiveness. It has nothing to do with wanting to like foster connection or resolve a conflict. He wants his children who have a grievance with him because he's distant in their lives because of his fixation with COVID. Instead of like being aware of that and like wanting to work on that, he says, I want you, even though you're hurt by me, I want you to apologize to me. And then we can move on. There's no space in there for like, oh, how have I hurt you? How can I work on that? It's literally just that he wants them to perform an act of reticence for him. And because they're not willing to do that, he's refusing to engage with them and somehow making it Janelle's fault, which is wild. But see how we're like diverting this conversation where she's trying to hold him to task about the way that he essentially cut his children out of his life because they weren't behaving in a way that he deemed appropriate during COVID or during the pandemic, during quarantine, actually. And so now he's saying all of this stuff about like, oh, you know, you're so caught up on like me. I didn't say that they needed to give me an apology. I just said we need to have a conversation. Like I changed that. Okay, but we're still not addressing the issue though, which is again that he is requiring his children to display some amount of remorse for the fact that they're upset at him, which is wild. Hi, bye. Thank you. These streams are so incredibly validating because it's hard enough to sit through as an adult. It puts into perspective what I went through as a kid with no escape and is way more intense. Yes. Hi, bye. I think a lot of people share that experience. So, I'm glad that it's validating for you. And also please know that you are not alone in that, because this type of issue with parents is like, I think more and more common as we as a collective gain language to describe that. We're realizing that we have a lot of these experiences in common, you know, which sucks obviously, but there is some kind of validation in the sense that like it happened to a lot of us. Hi, little E. Sorry about the ads. Is there an ad running right now? I can't see. The YouTube studio thing is kind of stressful to me. I have like 6 windows open, but the ads shouldn't last too long, hopefully. Okay, 17 minutes, 41 seconds. We're going to press play in 3, 2, 1.
I'm not allowed
The
to.
lack of loyalty, the lack of trust, the lies, the gaslighting.
You're gaslighting me, Kody.
I am not.
Yes, you are.
You know what I'm doing? I'm trying to make you actually be responsible
For
in
what?
a
Wild.
relationship.
What have I
flipping the
done?
script.
What have I done?
I'm not talking about the rules that I made for Christmas time.
Refusing to answer
that
the
was
question.
necessary because nobody was really being honest about what they were doing anyway.
But you and Robin are the paragons of honesty and perfection.
You know what? I just thought it was hypocritical to make one family do everything that I wanted and not have everybody else do it.
I asked for the rules clear back in March.
Janelle,
asked for them, and you're like, everybody do what they want.
I said, here's the rules all the time. Gabriel knew the rules all the time. That's why I'm saying he's gaslighting, because we talked about it every single day we were having a conversation.
Kody, I think this is deeper than that. This is way deeper than that. The kids are very frustrated for a lot of reasons. You're acting like it's just that they disrespected you for COVID. But this whole, you need to apologize.
They were lying.
You need to apologize to
I
Robin.
corrected that pretty strongly.
You need to apologize to the family,
for blaming
to the
Robin for what was going on. They literally blamed Robin. They sit there and admitted they blamed her.
Well, and when you were gone for 4 or 5 months, Kody, they started to get angry.
I wasn't gone for 4 or 5 months, and you know that as well, and that's an exaggeration and a lie.
See how he's so willfully misunderstanding her? Yes, she brought receipts. She's done such an incredible job of being clear and concise, and he every time.
You lie. That's the reason I call you the Teflon Queen. Because you're lying about what has happened and what's been going.
Pause. Also, I just want to address him like name calling her is so not okay, right? Like if it's gotten to the point that this is an understood like word that he uses or name that he uses for her is so incredibly toxic. Like there is no reason that he should be like nicknaming her something that's intended to degrade her. That's never appropriate in a relationship. That makes no sense. Teflon and lying. How does that relate? Christine, I think he's just saying things. I think teacher Christine said earlier that it's like he just learned the word gaslighting. It's like a little kid with a new word. It's like very much that energy. Like he just learned that the word gaslighting is a thing that people say and is just insisting that everyone's gaslighting him, which is obviously not the case. Okay, 1925, we're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
It's wild to me that you think I lied because I think you're manipulating.
Well, tell me how I'm manipulating. Oh, no. Tell the whole world. Tell the world. And then go hang out with your buddy Christine. Oh, tell the world how I've lied, how I've manipulated, how I've done you wrong. Oh, and
hold, please. The way that, first of all, the way that he is so obsessed with the camera is telling. But especially, I'm like blown away that he just did that. This is so toxic. Like, I don't even know what to say. The way that he's so fixated on the camera is just toxic and telling. Again, I think we talked about this in the last stream, but he's so fixated with the way that he's perceived. He cares a lot that people perceive him as like this benevolent, happy-go-lucky good guy. Kody's always the good guy. No one find any fault in Kody. And so when he is getting held to task, especially on camera, I think he's probably feeling humiliated and is responding with some anger. Obviously, he's also attempting to shame Janelle for holding him to task, which is wild. Yeah, Cloudy Kate, I think that's super fair, especially the finger pointing and like the aggressive, like in the camera. These are all toxic. These are all like red flag behaviors that if somebody ever does this to you, like no explanation needed, no preamble necessary, just leave. Like if it's safe for you, but you are always allowed to just fucking leave. You don't owe anybody an explanation about removing yourself from a conversation that feels unsafe, especially when someone's doing this, when they're physically posturing at you. Fuck that shit. I'm sure we are, Christine. Yeah, I'm geared up for the acting. Oh my gosh, Kat, thank you for the $10. I watched another reviewer who worked in reality TV. She said he broke the fourth wall so that production would cut him looking badly out of the final cut, but production is no longer on his side. Interesting. I wonder if that is a thing. Like, is that common, or like how did he know to do that? You know, that's fascinating. I wonder if that's true. Production. Yeah, that's true, Christine. Production's definitely making more money by him making himself look bad. There's a psychologist on YouTube that says Janelle was abusing. Hello, Mary? That's an out-of-pocket accusation. especially, we're not even going to get into that. This is why I say, you guys, that not all mental health professionals are the same. Whatever. We don't have to get into it. 19 minutes, 47 seconds. We're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
She loves to sit right here, talk me without ever having that conversation with me to my face.
Yeah, I mean, this is one thing about being public and our lives being recorded, is we hear things that we don't say to each other's faces.
I made all the efforts to love them. I made the efforts to join them together. I made the efforts to make everything work. I made the effort. I was Atlas carrying this family on my shoulders. And the minute that I shrugged it off.
I think you decided you didn't want to be a plural husband anymore. Kody, I think you're trying to do this all to justify. Christine is gone.
What am I justifying?
You're pushing me
what
out
am
the
I
door.
Justifying?
You're now pushing me out the door.
No, I'm not.
Feels
Man, I
like it.
show up here.
Choose between my children and me. Kody, it's been a week. You've gone a week and you don't call, you don't come. I don't ever know when you're going to come. It's like you're just doing this really weird.
Are you really doing a relationship with me? I need you to stop blaming me for everything and start being culpable for what you have done.
See how she just told him, like, you'll be gone for a week. I don't hear from you. You're not like calling, texting. You're not showing up here. I don't know when you're going to show up. And he just said, no, but what about, but you though, not me. Hello? I don't want to insinuate that Janelle is perfectly faultless, that she's never done anything wrong in their relationship. I think it's entirely possible, plausible probably, that at some point Janelle has faltered or not been her best self. That's just how relationships work. That's very fair. Hi, Freilich. But the fact of the matter here is that every time that Janelle offers him a very clear and concise and well thought out critique about his behavior, either towards her or towards their children, he disregards it. He doesn't address it. He refuses to apologize. He has not demonstrated taking accountability whatsoever, and then somehow tries to make it her fault. This is, again, a pattern. This is what gaslighting looks like. Especially the, you're gaslighting me thing. Fucking red flag. This is why I get so annoyed, for what it's worth, when people accuse people of gaslighting them when actually it's just someone not agreeing with your opinion, because gaslighting is genuinely so fucking dysregulating. It's traumatizing to be on the receiving end of, because it makes you feel like you can't trust yourself or that you can't accurately perceive reality, and it's very destabilizing. Somebody doing what Kody is doing to the degree that he's doing it well and truly can traumatize a person, and I just don't think it's a word that we should be using lightly, because it is serious, Okay, 20 minutes, 50 seconds. We're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
The boys lied, and I couldn't get them to obey the rules.
The boys didn't like the COVID protocols. They're young. They didn't think they were going to be affected by it. Sure, Dad, whatever. And they continued to socialize and continued to be around their friends. They continued to date. They brought COVID home from that. The whole time saying, Dad, we're being careful. We're doing everything you're telling us to. But they weren't.
Pause. First of all, hold on. Gabby, I just had a baby nugget, basically. Thank you for being a member for 9 months. I appreciate you for being one of us. Hold on. I saw something else. Oh, Lorelai, hi. Thank you for coming. I'm glad you made it to the live. Okay. So what he just did here, I want to clarify, because I'm sure that there's going to be questions about okay, right, so but are you saying that it's okay for people to disregard COVID protocols? No, right? Especially now, there is still very much a pandemic happening, right? And it's it's a special fuck you to people who are disabled, people who are immunocompromised, people who can't get access to healthcare, can't get access to vaccines and things like that because it's a danger to them. This sucks, right? What his kids did of just not abiding by the recommended COVID protocols. That's a fair thing to be upset about. However, healthy boundaries in this scenario looks like, hey, I'm following these particular COVID protocols either because I'm disabled, I'm immune compromised, maybe I just am taking this very seriously, what have you. And so for me, I am not comfortable having people in my home, for example, who haven't been vaccinated, people who haven't, complied with a 2-week quarantine or whatever, However, we can still FaceTime. right? I'll still text you. I'll still call you. We can maintain a relationship, but in other means, because I'm not comfortable having face-to-face contact with someone knowing that there are these risks, right? Because we're controlling us. We're making a decision about what we're doing. We're essentially saying like, either I'm not going to come see you in person, or I'm drawing this boundary around like my own lived space. But what we're not doing is trying to punish someone and weaponize this boundary to shit on someone because they aren't behaving the way that I want them to behave. Ooh, yes, good point, Teresa. That the kids had full-time jobs, so they were working during the pandemic, or at least like, you know, during that period of time where we were quarantining, likely because they didn't have a choice, right? There was a lot of people who had to work and didn't have a choice. And also Kody is still not vaccinated, so fucking red flag. But the point that I'm making is that we want to use boundaries to protect ourselves rather than to try to weaponize them to hurt other people, right? There is very much a way that Kody could have navigated this situation to preserve him and Robin's sense of safety during this very volatile period of time that didn't include pushing his kids out of his life, right? Especially, I don't know to what, like I didn't watch any of this obviously, but this accusation that he insisted Janelle cast her kids out or kick them out or whatever because they weren't behaving the way he wanted them to behave. Red fucking flag. Boundaries are, again, about us. It doesn't give you carte blanche to say from on high, I'm dictating what everyone else is doing. That sucks. Yes. More coffee, please. Long COVID is something that we still don't know a lot about, or at least probably don't know as much as we should. But it is like genuinely an issue, right? Like there are people who had no chronic health issues and then got COVID and are now like permanently disabled or have like very serious long-term health consequences because of COVID. So like, please be careful. COVID sucks and it's scary. Yeah, Alexandra, I think that's also a common experience. But again, the thing here is that like we want to be making decisions about ourselves, right? Not trying to force other people to do things that we think they should or shouldn't. And that's very much what he's doing. And then making it their fault. He's not just like, you know, that he's just like refusing to have a relationship with them. He still could have facilitated seeing them. Oh, absolutely, Teresa. That's the thing. Again, there is very much a way that he could have gone through this situation by saying, like, for the time being, in-person visits are off the table, right? I know this because I have a very close family member who was deeply immune compromised during the height of the worst of the pandemic. And we drew some boundaries about personal safety, right? And so that included having contact that didn't endanger that person's immune system. So this is like very much a workable thing. He just chose not to. Yeah, they both ended up catching COVID anyways. Okay, to 2111, we're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
And they're blaming me for the choices that they had. They were not culpable. That is not gaslighting. That is
you made
accountability.
This about all these other problems that we have that we can't sleep under.
I did not.
Yes, you did.
I did not. I did not.
Wow.
Stop talking like I'm just an idiot here.
Well, then stop talking to me like I am.
Janelle, I've seen what you've done this entire time. Number one, you undermined the basic rules I had. You made fun of me to the boys. See, if you ever had my back.
See how this is like mostly about ego? Not once in this conversation has it come up about like endangering our safety or like, you know, you disrespected my autonomy or whatever. The thing that he's saying is that like you made fun of me and you undermined me, which made him feel small. It made him feel emasculated. And so he's lashing out like a child because he felt embarrassed, because he felt as though he was being made fun of. And the worst thing that could ever happen to somebody who has this inflated sense of self is to feel as though you're being made fun of and you're being made to feel small. And so oftentimes these people will lash out with anger and with violence, either physical or emotional violence, to try to compensate for that feeling of like inefficacy, which is so fucking toxic. Yes, it's all ego, hyperphilus. She had your back when she was working and taking care of the kids for all those years while you went playing dad when you decided to. Ambling Soul, excellent observation. I think this is another thing that comes up a lot, which is that he devalues the effort, the time, the attention, the care, the compassion that his wives put in to both their relationship with him and into their relationship with their children when it's convenient for him, which is, again, a fucking red flag. Yes, hi, bye. Men are afraid that women will make fun of them, and women are afraid that men will kill them. Exactly that. Shout out to Margaret Atwood. Okay, 21 minutes, 46 seconds. We're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Have you ever been a team with me? Have we ever co-parented? Your co-parent was Christine. Why?
Because, Kody, you were never available. Never been
That is such a lie. That is such an excuse.
Favoritism.
That's every excuse every polygamous woman that finds a problem with it makes. And it's bull.
Why?
Maybe it's because that's like an actual problem with the system. Have we like considered that this inherent inequity in this relationship is bound to create resentment and problems because it is impossible for someone to be a present parent to 18 fucking kids who all live in fucking different houses? But no, for sure it's them. Definitely it's not you. Ugh. Okay, because you're a bad. Yes, Gemma Bell, this does feel very manosphere. Hi, Jen. Yeah, so you can watch the show without the overlay on it while it's live only on Discord. So the link to become a patron is in the description. And then the Patreon will give you access to the Discord server. His idea of co-parenting is for a woman to do what he wants, Gabby. Yes, very much so. Okay, 22:05, we're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Wild to me because Robin's so perfect.
What did I say that she was perfect? You're jealous. You're bringing her into something that isn't hers to be owned.
I mean, do you blame her, though?
You made this about way bigger than COVID.
No, the boys made this about Robin. That's the only reason she got brought in. I don't think you've ever admitted your culpability in the problems in this family.
This is wild to me that you are blaming me for this. You are the
I'm not blaming you for everything.
You are the one.
But all I needed was your
You
back.
are the one who said the boys cannot come until they apologize.
And I corrected that, and you're not listening.
And then you said to me,
Stop
no,
that.
you listened to me.
I corrected that.
You listened to me.
I even apologized for that.
No, you did not.
Yes, I did.
No, you did not.
Yes, 4 weeks ago, I apologized for that.
No, you
I said we need to get together, and all it is about talking with them.
No.
It's not about them apologizing.
No, you said, oh, well, that's after I'd already made my plans. And you're like, oh, well, I guess that was a conversation I had with you a couple times. So I can see where you thought that. I feel like I'm being gaslit. I'm being told that you say something.
You're using that because I used the term.
Oh, I came into this conversation expecting to use that term. Because I feel like you are constantly gaslighting me.
Janelle, okay, there's a problem in the family, a problem that needs to be solved, and everything's too hot now, and everybody thinks that I'm the bad guy. And so, I don't expect to see anybody at Christmas time. I don't expect to see you.
Yeah, see, this is another thing that people who have this issue will do. Now that he's no longer successful at verbally berating her, he hasn't successfully intimidated her by trying to like physically posture on her. So now we get really quiet. We're just going to be really calm. And you know what? I'm just a victim here. And I'm just really sad that I'm a victim. Like, this is textbook, literally textbook, the fucking behavior when physical intimidation, when verbal abuse, when posturing up on somebody doesn't cause them to kowtow and to retreat into themselves. Now I'm just going to play the victim, and I'm going to try to get you to soothe me. I'm going to try to get you to make me feel better and to, oh, poor Kody, right? Yes. Deploy the sad man baby torpedoes. Exactly, Devin. But also, this is a common behavior that parents will model towards their children, right? When yelling at your kid, when verbally abusing or accosting them doesn't cause them to shut the fuck up about whatever accountability they want you to take, then all of a sudden, oh, you know what? You're right. I'm the worst mom in the whole world. Sorry that all I've ever tried to do is love you and that I just didn't do it perfectly. You're right. I'm the worst. Like, this is very much like it's a meme now at this point, how often parents will do this to their own kids. This is like so very much a predictable and problematic behavior. And again, further evidence that trying to have any kind of conflict resolution with this man is just never going to go well. So yeah, Choco Box Baby. I know a lot of people have used that word in regards to, Lou, I'm sorry. I know that a lot of people have used the word narcissist to describe Kody, and I do just want to address this because as a licensed mental health professional, personally, I don't think it's appropriate for me to weaponize terms like that, especially because a narcissistic personality disorder diagnosis is a diagnosis, right? I can't diagnose people over the internet. Not only is that impossible, but it's also highly unethical. And I also have strong opinions about people using this term in a way that perpetuates a stigma about personality disorders, especially cluster B personality disorders, because the truth is that you can have one of those diagnoses and still be a good person, still be a person who's safe to be in relationships, still be a person who's like doing the work, right? Diagnosis of narcissistic personality disorder is really not all that different from having a diagnosis of like bipolar disorder, right? Both are disorders that are going to affect your emotions, your relationships, and both are disorders that you can be doing very real, actionable work in therapy to be a safe and effective and healthy and happy person in your life and in relationships. The difference is in whether or not somebody is receptive to needing services about that, right? Somebody with depression could be just as hurtful to someone as somebody with narcissistic personality disorder, depending on how those symptoms present themselves. So I just want to caution people against doing the thing where we say like all narcissists are terrible people, because that's not true, right? And again, if Kody is diagnosed or you know would qualify for the diagnostic criteria of narcissistic personality disorder, I wouldn't know because I've never conducted an evaluation on the guy. I'm not his therapist, and you can't do that effectively by consuming very highly edited media. So I went into foster care when I was almost 12, a week before my birthday. To make it quick, she was terrible. Oh, Alexandra, I'm so sorry. I know that a lot of people have that experience. And it's not one that you should have ever had. Like, you deserve so much better than that, and I'm sorry. I hope that you're doing better now. Your friendly neighborhood borderline personality disorder friend here. Yes. Hi, bye. Thank you. Also, for what it's worth, a lot of people who use like narcissist or like personality disorder as a slur likely know someone in their life who either has a personality disorder or a close loved one with a personality disorder. You just don't fucking know it because a lot of people don't talk about it, you know? But it is entirely possible for someone to have that diagnosis and for you to not know from the outside because they're doing the work, they're receiving support, they're making this active effort, again, to be like a safe, healthy, happy person. I would love a full video on narcissism. The thing about that, Eustasaurus, is that I don't specialize in personality disorders. It's something that I've been looking into to try to like find someone who can speak to that more effectively. It's just not an area of specialty for me, and I don't want to like represent my expertise outside of my expertise, you know? Because to me that feels unethical too. Hi, bye, said completely up to you, but this is the moment I would choose to put my wedding pictures up on screen. My face is the face of BPD. Hi, bye, normally I would, but because we started this stream late, I do want to like keep it moving. I will look at them after the stream is over though. She's still playing the victim all these years later. Oh, Alexandra, the worst. I'm so sorry. That is unfortunately a very relatable experience though. Oh yeah, Christine, for sure. I don't think it's fair to say that narcissists aren't suffering. You can cause harm and still suffer. Absolutely. Okay, let's keep going. 23 minutes, 46 seconds. We're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
You have cheated me out of my contact with my family.
It is not my fault.
dramatic.
You asked them. You asked them, Kody. I have not done anything. You ask them who they blame.
Well, they blame me because you do.
I do not.
Janelle, I saw you right there mock my rules.
Well, and I've seen you call me all kinds of names.
What? That you're lazy about the rules? That you won't accept accountability?
Kody, in the very beginning, I can't
make this
listen to me.
excuse forever. But I've
Shut your mouth and let me talk to you for a minute.
No.
You won't. You keep cutting me off.
No.
You keep cutting me off.
There is no interest in understanding each other here. There is no interest in understanding.
And whose fault is that,
There is
Kody?
only a bitterness that has no place.
Mira, he said,
I
I'm going to
don't
leave, but I'm
expect
taking
you
some
to back
water
me
first.
up anymore. I'm not going to look for it. I'm not going to ask for it. I don't expect you to try and help us co-parent the kids. That's too late. We're never going to do that.
This is not.
So what partnership do we have?
This is not only me, Kody. Don't you dare point your finger at me.
I've been here day long, in and out, for all these years without your support, while you were deciding what you were doing without consulting me.
Do you know what? Let me tell you what. No. You stay
I'm
and
done
talk.
listening to you.
You stay and talk.
No. I'm not going to, because you're not listening.
You're not listening to me.
Finger kills
And I'm
me.
not going to.
Okay, so we're done.
Goodbye.
You.
Honestly, good for Janelle.
Shut it off.
I'm cutting cameras.
Yeah. Bye. I just, first of all, I love that he was like, I'm not going to talk to you. But hold on really quick. I'm going to get some more boiling water before I head out, though. Hello. Again, I just want to highlight for folks that the way that Kody handled this is like top to bottom, very much behavior we see modeled by people who are being abusive, people who are being manipulative on purpose, and just like generally speaking, very much red flag behaviors. If this relationship hasn't already devolved into abuse, which it seems like it might have, at least in the like emotional, like not physical, emotional verbal abuse territory, then it's entirely possible that it would down the line. Abby, I know, right? Again, clear, concise, just firm, but not rude. I love Janelle for that. It's not going his way, so he's going to storm out and have a tantrum. Yes. Yeah, because he tried all the tactics, Rachel. Exactly. He tried verbally berating her. He tried like, he tried being physically intimidating. Those didn't work, so he resorted to being the victim. He tried to make her feel bad for him, and he tried to like, woe is me. That didn't work. And so then he decided, fine, fuck this. I'm out of here. No one is being receptive to my tomfoolery, so I'm leaving, which is again a red flag. Like, this is how you know that having a conversation with someone, it's just not going to go anywhere. I can't think straight. I'm getting the same confused feelings I had when my father would argue with me. Oh, Fax, I'm so sorry. Please take care of yourself. Let's all do some grounding exercises, some deep breathing maybe. Because again, the way that he behaves is like very similar to the abuse that a lot of people have probably endured. So I'm confused. Don't really know what's going on. I've never seen the show before. Hi, Maggie. So we're watching Sister Wives. It is quite a lot to explain. If you're a member of the Discord, Christine L was kind enough to info dump about like a general vibe for the last 18 seasons. Gabby, thank you for the gifted membership. But yeah, there's a lot to catch up on, like Christine said. Hunter, welcome to the channel memberships. Thanks for being one of us, my friend. Oh, Aaron, I know, right? Like, what is that? Thank you, Christine. The info dump about Sister Wives up to this point is in the off-topic thread channel. But yeah, basically we're looking at the fallout while Kody, who's the husband, is just disregarding his relationships with 3 out of his 4 wives in this like polygamist sister wives situation. Yeah, Mally, I won't lie, I'm not a fan of her grabbing at him. Because I think also too, just like her telling him to go fuck himself or like fuck you or whatever. Obviously, I'm not a fan of those behaviors. We've talked about this before, but like name calling, swearing, physical posturing, and intimidation, not good, right? So like, don't love that. Don't agree with that. Really want to discourage people from doing that. And I think it's important to humanize that when you're on the receiving end of somebody behaving like Kody has for likely years, people do reach a point where like we start to let our like not best selves out. And I think it's important to humanize that because Janelle has really been on the receiving end of a lot of fucked up behavior, likely. And people do reach a point where like it starts to feel, for lack of a better word, like crazy making, you know? So again, I don't endorse that behavior. I don't want to like write that off as being like an okay thing to do. Rouge, that's very, the mocking and stuff. But also I do feel like it's important to just humanize that like when we are frustrated and we feel like we've been backed into a corner, that sometimes these behaviors come out, and like I can humanize and understand like how she got to that point, you know? Yeah, Bridget, exactly. Yes, Teresa, I think she's at her last straw too. Okay, let's keep going. We're at 25 minutes, 41 seconds. We're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
So Kody just left.
Madness! Welcome to the channel memberships. Thank you.
I had gone into this conversation wanting to keep it logical, and I figured we would take this step by step. But really, truly, I don't think he's looking for an excuse.
We were throwing accusations at each other about what's going on, and it was shocking. Like, it was shocking. I was really upset when he left because it feels like there's a finality to it, and now I'm worried about what happens to me.
This is the other thing that's
forward,
so scary.
Do I live here? Do I build?
Mm-hmm.
It feels like Kody and I are no longer going to be a couple. It really does. It was that dramatic. There had been so much buildup, and then not so much the words. Yes, the words were very harsh, but just the feeling was like, we're done.
You keep cutting me off.
There is no interest in understanding each other here. There is only a bitterness that has no place.
It took me about a half hour to kind of overcome the shock of the conversation. And I called him and I said, come get your stuff. So in my mind, he is out of the house.
Honestly, good for
my
Janelle, though.
faith, my religious belief, my spiritual beliefs don't really allow for you to just walk away because things are hard.
Fair.
I don't really want to see him. I know that he does feel the responsibility. He feels like he can't leave a wife because it's bad on him if he leaves a wife high and dry. Like says, I'm no longer married to you. And so his pattern seems to be that he just sort of ignores that person. It feels like he wants you to say it's over because he doesn't want the responsibility of being the husband who says, I don't want to be married to you anymore.
No. You
She's
stay
right
and
on.
talk.
Listening to you.
You stay and talk.
No, I'm not going to because you're not listening.
You're not listening to me.
And I'm not going to.
Okay, so we're done.
Goodbye.
You.
So after I kind of got over the shock after Kody left, I thought, oh my heck, like I have nothing financially. I am tied up in this property, everything as far as my estate goes. Any kind of savings, money, anything is tied up.
Hold on, pause. What's going on here? Thank you for joining the channel memberships. I love your username. You're one of us now. Oh, yeah, I think this is something that's worth addressing too, because it's very common in these fundamentalist relationships, which is what she just talked about, that like financially she's sort of beholden to Kody, right? I've talked about this in regards to other fundamentalist wives whose husbands are being shits, right? Making the choice to walk away. Leo, did she say, oh my heck? Did she say that? Oh my heck, I have nothing financially. Yeah, but making the choice to walk away from a situation like this, knowing that you have very little resources to provide for yourself and your children, is so incredibly difficult and also really scary. You know, we should really validate that. And also, this is context that can't be disentangled from their relationship structure. This likely played a role in why she chose to stay as long as she did, because the fear about like starting over and being alone and, you know, yeah, like financially unstable is really scary, especially when you have kids. Yeah, financial abuse, very much, Bridget. Oh, my heck is very Mormon. That's hilarious. Mark, welcome back. And thanks for gifting 10 channel memberships. What the heck? I appreciate you. Mark is back. Okay, who got one? Leo. Hi, bye. Rachel. I need some dopamine. Hattie the Hat. Oh, Kat, you got a membership. Abby, Isasaurus. Hell yeah. Thanks, guys. Thanks for joining the channel memberships. You're one of us. Also, who is making noise out there? Having headphones on while I'm streaming is so disorienting because obviously I can't hear out there. I can just hear like vague noises. And so I'm like, I heard someone walking around and I'm hoping that nobody alarms the building while I'm sitting in this office. Otherwise, I'm going to have a really interesting situation on stream. Mark, you are the best. Thank you. For anyone who needs it, the rundown posted by Christine Ellis Pin. Thank you, Christine. Bless up. Shout out to our mods for being the realist. I appreciate you guys. Okay, 28 minutes, 14 seconds. We're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
In this property. I am a smart woman, and I have done this very dumb thing. I trusted in this family structure, but now I'm really stuck. And I'm like, oh my hell, I'm 50, and I have nothing. We moved to Flagstaff and we bought this property. We had a vision, we would all build on it. And the way that we were able to buy it is we paid mostly cash for it, but then we had to take a private mortgage on a portion of it that we just didn't have the cash for. If we do not pay it off, we're in jeopardy of losing the land, just like any other mortgage. And Kody just sticks his head in the sand. Well, look, he's sitting on property with Robin. It's 4 acres and a house. Like, no, he doesn't care.
So sure, Robin and I have a home. We have to house our children. I tried to help Janelle buy a house. I tried to talk her into buying a house. We had the means to do that. She has ownership in Coyote Pass, and she had the same opportunities everybody else did. But she's got just as many assets as the rest of us.
Does she?
I don't know what's next. And now I'm sort of in shock, and I'm trying to figure out what the heck I'm gonna do. I mean, there's a few people I could talk to about this, like Maddie and Christine. I don't even know what I think yet.
This Christmas is just a big indication of how split up our family really is. This is the first Christmas in, gosh, 27 years that we're gonna be separated. Janelle is not doing Christmas with everybody. She's gonna be doing Christmas with her kids in Flagstaff still, but in a rental house. I'm super grateful. A couple days after Christmas, we're gonna go to Flagstaff. I need to be around them so badly. I miss them like crazy.
Yeah. How's it going?
Garrison, hi, love.
How do I turn this?
Garrison, Janelle's biological son, but really my son, you know, he told me that he's gonna have dinner at his girlfriend's house. So he's like, can you please help me make rolls?
Do you want to follow the instructions and then just ask me questions, or do you want to have me tell you what to do?
It's better if you tell me what to do.
Well, I've been making these rolls forever. It's a crazy honor. I'm so excited.
But I used to do them by hand, and Grandma Janelle still does them by hand. It's Grandma Janelle's recipe, so you're just gonna do like Grandma Janelle.
My mom's and Christine's kids have always been very, very close. Christine would stay at home and kind of do all the cooking and stuff, and then my mom was almost always working. Christine and my mom's kids have all kind of still had a bond, and despite everything that's going on, we all still, you know, cherish that relationship that we have. So.
Okay, so put 1 cup of butter.
Really quick, I just want to point out what a shining and gorgeous example this is of family, because technically these kids are half siblings, right? But like family is very much what we make of it, right? Having this closeness and this type of connection is so meaningful. I think it also goes a long way to illustrate how much relationships can be fostered even through like technological means, right? But I just want to encourage everybody to remember, especially because the holidays are here and it's like a difficult time for a lot of people, that family is what you make it, right? Chosen family, connections and community and relationships that aren't related to your like blood family are still just as meaningful and valuable. And like important to pour love and attention and affection into, you know? So if you're having a rough time with family, like feel, or please know that you're like very much allowed to feel how you feel, and that you're like seen and valued and like people get you. I promise you're not alone in this. And also that it doesn't have to feel soul sucking, you know? You can very much foster like chosen family or like create that community without your blood family. Sorry, Aaron texted me. Love you. I saw that. Thank you. Okay. Christine and Janelle are closer now without Kody in their relationship. He was the problem the whole time. I think he caused a lot of the issues between the wives. It really seems that way, Alexandra. I'm noticing that Janelle and Christine seem to have this very sweet bond now. I mean, I'm sure they did before, obviously, but it seems like they have sort of a kindred spirit thing going on, which is so sweet to see. Yes, facts, very much. Okay, let's keep going. 30 minutes, 44 seconds. We're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
And then 2 cups of milk. So 1 cup of butter into that pot and start melting the butter.
Janelle has always been super, super generous with her kids. I've been involved in all of the big things in Janelle's kids' life. So when I left Flagstaff, I was leaving them all behind.
Okay, Garrison, that's plenty. Stop.
It's not a circle yet, so it's not a circle.
No, you don't need it anymore. Stop.
Okay.
You don't want to overwork the dough.
Yeah, I mean, Garrison calling, needing my help was just confirmation. Even though I've left their dad, I'm still going to be in their lives. And that's what I was hoping for.
How's that?
There you go, Garrison. You're
It
set.
does not look as good as yours, but
They look wonderful.
Janelle and I are getting together for a couple of days after Christmas. So all of the traditions that we would usually do for those couple of days around Christmas, we're going to do them. We're going to do them all in those couple of days.
Hell yeah.
So excited. We're just going to hang on to that tradition. It's super important to have those couple of days together.
We yelled at each other.
You guys yelled at each other?
Yeah, we threw rocks at glass houses.
It's tense and awkward and weird.
With this music, so dramatic. This whole scene is rather healing.
House, and we just had
I think
a big
so too.
blow up. How's it going, Mary?
The filming outside is so bizarre.
I think we've only had a fight like this maybe 5 times in our lives. Pretty intense. But I'm headed over to Mary's because, well, I already had plans to go talk to her.
Okay.
Wow, you guys seem like wah, wah, wah.
I'm okay.
This is a weird place to be coming to that meeting from this.
We better talk about
holiday season.
I bet they did.
Christmas, I guess.
Cleanser.
I don't know what there is to talk about.
What's Janelle doing?
Janelle and Christine have rented a short-term rental.
I thought Christine wasn't coming until after Christmas.
She's
yeah,
not.
it's not until after Christmas.
So
I think they're trying to shut me out because they're mad at me.
it's weird. They're being weird right now. What is going on? It's like, all right, guys, it's Christmas. It's supposed to be fun and happy and joyful. Is Janelle not coming over with the kids on Christmas?
No.
She said
Really?
she's not?
Well, no, we're not getting together.
I thought you were talking to her about this and stuff.
Oh, no, we didn't talk.
Oh, I thought
We yelled at each other.
You guys yelled at each
Yeah,
other?
we threw rocks at glass houses.
It's scary because, like, what does this mean? And it sounds like the issues that we're having about Christmas are just getting worse.
You guys are just yelling at each other?
Pretty much. I don't even know
About what?
what I was yelling.
What were you yelling
Well, that's
about?
always dangerous when
Well,
you have
everybody's.
no idea what you're
it's
yelling.
it's about the blame game. It's the big blame game about who's responsible for our family splitting up over COVID. I don't know. Like, the boys aren't talking to me.
Have you tried?
Yeah, I've
you.
reached out to basically everybody.
Have you?
They're making up stories in their mind because they're not talking to me. So everybody's got some story about how dad's a bad guy, but we're just having 2 groups of Christmas. Hey, listen, I was threatening to do this last Christmas.
Well, no, Christine's not going to be here for Christmas. So that's not 2 groups.
She's getting together with Janelle.
Well,
After you said.
Yeah,
After
well.
Christmas.
The fact that our family is not all
is
together
bizarre.
and all getting along and doing Christmas together this year is really weird. Maybe it would just be easier for me to hole up in my house and not be around. I don't know. It's just,
It's a valid
it's
choice.
tense and awkward and weird.
Really quick, just as a friendly PSA, The holidays are a weird time, especially for people who have family trauma, right? And if being with family, if like honoring those traditions, like what Christine and Janelle are doing, right? Like choosing to hold fast to those traditions, if that brings you peace, brings you joy, you want to do that, by all means, go off, do that, right? And also, if those things don't bring you joy, if you're no longer deriving the same peace and happiness from doing that, then don't, right? Like you don't have to. This convention that we have about how holidays have to look a certain way, otherwise it's like the end of the world. Like that's not true. They're very much a social construction in the same way that a lot of other stuff around family is. So I just want to encourage and empower people. If doing the like sort of traditional family stuff, especially like family get-togethers and all of that, if that's traumatizing for you, if it doesn't feel safe for you, you're allowed to politely excuse yourself from the festivities, and to choose to participate in other ways or to not participate at all, right? I just think it's important to talk about that because we can get hung up on this a lot of times, as if to say like our family is not like legitimate if we're not doing it in the right way, and like that sucks, you know? Yes, Fabian, exactly. They can be celebrated any day of the year also. The way Mary asked if Kody had called the very pointed way Mary asked if Kody had called the boys, she knew he hadn't. I suspect that Mary is also aware of what's going on there, but is choosing not to, poke the bear to avoid causing further distress. One day I want to use Thanksgiving for a vacation and not dry turkey. Janine, highly recommend. One of Aaron and I's favorite vacations was over Christmas. We told our families like we love you the most and we'll see you in the new year, but we're spending a week at a hotel and just doing nothing, and it was wonderful. It was genuinely one of the most like life-giving vacations Aaron and I have ever had. So stuff like that. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not weird. It's not rude. It's not shitty to say like we want to start our own. Jimabelle, no, it was not the sex hotel. We went to Flagstaff, actually. No, not Flagstaff, Sedona. Facts. This week's podcast episode, Aaron and I talk about a hotel that's marketed primarily as like a sex hotel. It was the best, honestly. But that was a different year. That was not the same year. And that wasn't over Christmas. That was like earlier in the year. I think early in December, I think. I'm so mean. I'm almost sorry. In fact, you don't have to be sorry. We went on a Christmas Disney cruise one year. It was amazing. Alexandra, that sounds so fun. I have a personal phobia of cruises, but I love that for you. Baby, I know. I was like, huh? I forgot we talked about that on the internet, but there it is, preserved for all of posterity. Okay. Thank you, Lib. Thank you, Hattie, that. I went a decade of no contact with my siblings. Recently, my daughter, who was adopted by my sister, asked me to reconnect with my sister, who's 16 years older. It's been great. We've both grown so much. Deborah, I love that. That's the kind of like happy ending that I love to hear. I was so excited to hear about that. I hope to save up some money one day and surprise the husband with a trip there. Hi, bye. Yes. They also, for what it's worth, they have less expensive rooms. And as like sort of skeevy as it might sound, you don't have to rent them for the whole day. You can literally stay there for a few hours too. And so if the financial barrier is like a legitimate concern, there are ways to like make it slightly more affordable, which is cool. Facts, I know. Indecent. Okay, let's keep going. 34 minutes, 53 seconds. We're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
What I gather from the things Janelle was throwing at me is that everybody's sort of making up a story about me.
Throwing at you?
And they're talking to each other about it, but they're not talking to me about it. And now
because
they're all
you
mad
refused
at
to
me.
call them.
She was saying that she wasn't going to be the in-between.
Well, I wish she wouldn't be, but she's colluding with them.
Do you think she's colluding with them?
Absolutely.
Kody feels pretty angry, and whenever you're angry, you're not going to see
with her own children
any other perspective. You've got blinders on. But playing devil's advocate, maybe Janelle's not colluding. I mean, when you use the word collude, And when Kody uses it, like it means everybody is banding up against him. And maybe she's not doing that.
Christine and
Yes,
Janelle
Mary,
are
thank you.
doing everything they can to make it so I'm not the head of the family, which is fine.
Basically, I became the head of mine and my kids' family out of necessity. I was the one that my kids would listen to, and I was the one my kids talked to. And if they needed to feel love or security or acceptance, they got that from me.
So it's more like, well, what are we going to do for Christmas? So, you know, I guess we do Christmas
Facts,
Eve here
yes.
and then Christmas morning at Robin's house.
As long as you guys are cool with it.
So Christmas Eve has always just been kind of a fun tradition for me.
Are you excited? Yeah! 1, 2,
Like, this is cute and everything, but, you know, sometimes it just doesn't work out that way.
I always host it, but I also give all the kids Christmas jammies. I used to make them when they were younger and there weren't quite so many children.
Girl. Okay, that's really cute, actually.
You know, for me, Christmas over the last few years has changed a lot. There's less magic. There's less magic. And I don't know if it's the state of the family, the state of the relationships, and that makes me sad. You know, I need to make my own magic for Christmas, I think.
And then do I
Good for
like
you, Mary.
invite Janelle and the kids that are around? Or do I not?
How do you want to do it, Mary? How do you want to do Christmas Eve?
I don't know, Kody. I have no idea. Like, I feel like I'm completely stuck in the middle. Let's be real. I am in
Good
this
for her
place
for, like,
where
calling that out.
I'm not saying this to be a jerk. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying how this is just what it is.
Yeah.
Like, you've got Christine who left. You've got Janelle that you're at odds with. I'm like the third wheel because I'm just here. I don't know what to do. Like, I don't know, do I call them and have them come over when you guys are all at odds?
That sounds
Is that
scary.
If I could have my Christmas wish, Kody and the boys would get this figured out and we could have Christmas together. Do I think it's gonna work for them to get together on Christmas Eve without talking? No, I think there's gonna be a fight, and that's what I think is scary.
I feel like I'm sitting here doing the very best that I can to,
I get it.
you know, like, be the family, be in the family, be part of the family, do what the family's, you know, doing.
Honestly, I feel like I've been put in a really awkward position. I'm not in the Kody and Robin married club. I'm not in the Janelle and Christine friend club. If I had my way, the family would all get together and be together.
I don't know what to do.
Really quick. Again, I just want to point out, we talked about this in the last stream, but I just want to point this out again. I think a lot of times in situations like this, but even in like non-fundy families, there seems to be this fascination with like the fantasy of like big happy family holiday time, right? Both Robin and Mary have talked about how if they, you know, had their ideal situation, everybody would just get together for Christmas and it would all be worked out, right? Oftentimes this is more about living in the delusion that everything is happy, it's all good, everything's good all the time, rather than acknowledging that things are in fact bad. It's not even necessarily that like they want the family together. It's I think, which is like true to some capacity, right? Obviously people want their family to be together, but alongside of that, there's more so a desire for people to just like go back to the way that it was, where we're not in conflict, right? We're not drawing attention to the problems at hand because it created all of this division, you know? And so we're just kind of like, it's almost this desire for everybody to put blinders back on rather than for people to really truly work it out, because if they did really truly work it out, that will likely result in some further division of the family, you know? The way that Kody has wounded a lot of the people that he claims to love doesn't lend itself to like big happy family reunion, regardless of whether they have a conversation or not, you know? I think at this point, the family is sort of on a precipice of like change, but that doesn't have to be a bad thing, right? That doesn't have to be a thing that spells disaster. It can very much be a thing that just provides more space for emerging family traditions, for like a new way to conceptualize family and closeness. And like there's validity in like processing the grief around things not looking that way anymore, but it's not a good enough reason to try to like now kiss like little dollies. You know what I'm saying? Family is not like an object. It's a network of independent and autonomous individuals who all have to make the decisions for themselves about what family looks like, what traditions look like, et cetera, et cetera. Christine, yes. Holidays are stressful enough. Yes, Mark, exactly. Why throw that Molotov in the mix? Yes, hyperfluous. That's the other thing, is that as children grow, they develop their own families, they develop their own lives, and so family traditions will change alongside of that, and that doesn't have to be a grief-wrought thing. It can just be something that we embrace with maybe a little bit of sadness, right? Like a little bit of grief, but ultimately a feeling of like pride and happiness that our family is growing and that they're continuing to develop and like find their own way in the world. Robin said a general family reunion would not be safe for her or her children. Oh, yeah, I don't disagree necessarily in the sense that I think Robin and her kids definitely get centered in the bullseye for a lot of the other family members' wrath, which that's a conversation for a different day. But it does seem like there is kind of a victim complex going on there also. Stress eating peanut brittle. Rachel, that's a great stress snack. Okay, 3847. We're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
If I go over to Robin and Kody's for Christmas, I'm going over to Robin and Kody's for Christmas. If they were to come over to my house, they'd be coming to Mary's house. Not Mary and Kody's house. They'd be coming to Mary's house. Mm-hmm. See the difference?
I'm trying to figure out, like, could you be around everybody and, like, because last year you were struggling with that. Like, you were struggling because of what just happened with the boys.
No, I'd rather just be around people who really want to be around me.
It could get ugly if everybody's seen.
I don't know. I can't speak to Janelle now. I mean, it's just, we've crossed the line. I have no idea when
you just call her up or you go over and you say, let's
I'm
talk.
not interested in that. It's just like,
there
has to be a time when we go long enough to where we can look at each other and actually have a conversation.
Janelle and I need to sit down in a space and talk about what we want in our lives.
Do we?
Because I'm not sure she wants me in hers.
Bye, Devin. Thank you for coming.
So are you going to invite everybody?
Why does Mary have to make this decision on her own? That's so rude.
Probably not. You know, I'm in this situation, I feel like, in the family where, not even in the family, like just in people in general, I think feel like that I am here picking sides. If it happens to be that I do Christmas with Kody and Robin, that means that Kody and Robin are interested in having me around. That's what that means. That doesn't mean that there's any sides being chosen.
I just want to run away from everybody who's been so uncool about what I've tried to do to protect the family. And they're all like, no, well, you weren't trying to protect us. I'm like, well, I'm trying to protect everybody, but some people don't want to do that.
Like, sir, what are you saying?
Nobody feels safe. Nobody feels like they can be with another person without being just triggered constantly. And that's a weird thing to be, because with normal people, they can talk me. And I'm going to be like, well, screw you. I'm getting away from you. But with your family, it triggers you.
Like Michael Scott.
There's this feeling that we've all been done wrong. The flames are on the bridge. And I think most of us is just kind of walking away from the bridge, wondering if the bridge is strong enough to hold up, or if it's going to burn down.
Like, this is so dramatic.
Next time on Sister Wives.
No, we're skipping it because
This
we're
is
going to
the
watch
first
this
year
episode
that I'll be-
anyways. Pass. We're not watching the same footage fucking 4 times. Episode 4. Okay. I'm going to take a break because that sounds nice. Skip the recap. Yes. Skip the intro. Thank you. Okay. So we're at 1 minute, 18 seconds. Oh, yes, Lou. We are taking a break. I'm going to go take a little breaky break. Please. I need to go to the little gremlins room. Yes, everybody go to take care of your flesh meat suit. And we'll be back in a little bit. Hydrate, use the bathroom, get a snacky. It's 6:23 right now, so we'll be back in like roughly 10 minutes, like 6:33-ish, give or take. And we will watch episode 4. All right. Thanks, everybody. If you dislike recaps, oh, yeah. I don't like recaps or the intros. It's just a bit of a time waster, in my opinion. I know, baby. I thought the same thing. Okay. I'll see you guys in like 10 minutes. Catch you on the flippity flip. Hello. What's up, my dudes? I'm out of breath from walking up and down the stairs. Ooh, I have sweet tea in the fridge so I can have 4 drinks going if I wanted to. That is the bisexual way. I told somebody about that the other day. I can't remember who it was. Eric, I'm sorry. Sorry for spooking you, my friend. But yeah, I told somebody about the hydration, recreation, and caffeination drink triad. And they were really excited about it. Welcome back. I missed you so much. I missed you, Travesty. Thanks for being here, y'all. I didn't realize there were so many of us in this stream, by the way. Wow, hi. Those stairs have it out for you. They do. They're very steep. They're very steep little stairs. My weekly Mickey terrifies me by returning to a stream I forgot was on. My bad. I really do need to get some like elevator music for the BRB and like stream starting soon. But, you know, as it were. Ugh. I am bi, genderqueer, and full of fear. Hope Star. Incredible. It makes me so happy that you have so many ace folks here. Kat, me too. I feel like I have learned so much about it from the community here. And like y'all are so kind and like helpful in educating me about it because, you know, as a millennial, it's not something that we received a lot of like education or representation for, you know? It makes me happy to see people like authentically being themselves and also like teaching other people about it. It's so sweet. I don't know why I thought they were all adult. Who? People here? Please do beginning of Make Me Famous. What is that, Fax? Honestly, I prefer the silence. It makes it less distracting when I'm reading the chat. That is super fair, Leslie. Bossa Nova. Honestly, the stage music for Discord is kind of bossa nova-y. It reminds me of like if the me, like the original like Wii loading music was like sort of jazzy. Not me spending 10 seconds trying to remember which order the colors go in. Honestly, hope fair. I can never remember either. Your snakes. Not the snakes. Oh, the snakes. Got it. Please. Okay. Teresa, me too. I love a good bossa nova. Okay, are we ready to get into it? I took some Tylenol. I got some water. There's stuff from the tree outside in my hair. How long has that been in there? I love that I have seeds in my hair. That's really fun. Just some casual pollen in my hair. I don't know why my allergies are so bad. Stir bites. I am confident that there are plenty of lesbians in the chat and in the community. We're all just a queer bunch of little weirdos. I am ready. Okay, Sarah, me too. Hi, Heidi the Hat. We are just getting back into the episode. So we are at 1 minute, 18 seconds. We're going to press play on episode 4 of season 18 of Sister Wives. In 3, 2, 1. Wow. Drama. Also, we're just going to not with the music there. I've got a bitey snack. Oh, no.
I just triggered over and over and over. Just trigger. I might not have been right, but I was angry as hell. I haven't talked to her since. I don't know when I'm going to talk to her.
I know what he said to me.
Hog-nosed snakes?
I know what he yelled at me in the car the other day. Choose me or, choose your loyalties or you won't have a husband. I feel like he's just looking for ways to get rid of me. I don't know if this is fixable. He acts like I've done him wrong. I think he's played favorites for a long time.
So close to her face.
And Robin lives the way he wants to run his family. So I guess he's just gonna write off all of his kids, all his other kids.
Ooh, it's sad.
I think he didn't want to be a plural husband anymore.
Janelle and I spent months building up to the big fight we just had. It's just one betrayal after another in my mind. I'm not looking for mea culpas here. I'm not looking for an apology. I just want to be able to have a civil discussion. And then she's getting so frustrated when I'm talking to her that she's telling me to shut the F up. And that triggered me. So she talks about me being mean. I see her as the one that's mean here.
Hold on, pause. Again, with the victimhood, like Kody actively disregarded her. He invalidated her. He chose to not address or like give any credence to the concerns and the hurts that she brought to the table, and is still somehow acting like everybody is being so mean to Kody. Like, for real, grow up. Ooh, facts. I have a hognose Goldie. He just tried to eat me. I saw a video on TikTok of somebody with a hognose the other day, and it looked so cute. The little teeny tiny little head. It was adorable. Okay. Watching the tub just reheat as you go. I missed that. Sorry. I have no idea what that's about. Sometimes I just read things out loud. He loves pointing fingers. Yes, he does, Fabian. It's becoming very clear. Okay, 2 minutes, 57 seconds. We're pressing play. In 3, 2, 1.
I'm pretty depressed about it. Never in a million years did I think I would get in this position. Choose him, choose my children. I don't know who says that. Now he acts like, now he's flipped it and said it's all my fault. I don't recognize this man. I don't know who this guy is.
Oh, Janelle, that's so sad.
Maybe this is who he always was. I don't know. But I don't recognize this very mean person. I'm stuck. Financially, I have nothing. Christine had the house. I have nothing. My name is on property with everybody else. Probably nobody will cooperate now and play ball.
Fuck.
I can't believe I'm 50 and I can't even do my own thing. Because I'm so tied up with them financially and I can't do anything.
Poor Janelle.
I'm stuck. I can't believe I got myself into this position. How dumb is that? I know better.
Pause really quick. Very important PSA. I doubt that Janelle will ever see this, but this is not Janelle's fault. Like, I just want to be super clear. Lots of people end up in situations where they have been financially abused or taken advantage of, and especially like with relationships not ending the way that obviously we had hoped them to. Yes, Christine, yeah, she's blaming herself, but she's a victim, which sucks. And I think also speaks to the way that Kody treats her and like sets up these family norms, you know? I just want to be super clear that regardless of whatever age somebody finds themselves having to like start over, when you are the victim of financial abuse, this is not your fault, right? Like Kody had a vested interest in depriving these women of their autonomy and essentially their ability to leave. And that's not her fault, you know? This is sad and this is difficult and she has every right to grieve and to feel how she feels. But just again, this is an important reminder that it's not somebody's fault that someone took advantage of them or tried to like limit their ability to be independent and autonomous. Yes, Kody mistreated her for sure. As a disabled person in the USA, this just felt so hard. Yes, Max, definitely. That's another important point, honestly, about how capitalism is like set up for us to fail, you know? And so especially in situations like this, it's very daunting, the idea of starting over, you know? When like social supports and assistance is not at all to the caliber that it should be. It's especially scary for people to face this outlook where like, you know, at the age of 50, you're having to start over and figure out how to take care of yourself and take care of your kids. It's very, very scary, but also like very much a thing that lots of people go through, you know? This is not a reflection of somebody's like poor judgment or bad decisions as much as it is of the reality that like our society is not set up for us to succeed easily, you know, or to like find safety even. Okay. Okay, let's keep going. We're at 4 minutes, 7 seconds. We're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Will, by about 10 generations.
Is this Robin's house? Is the
Okay,
inside?
that's enough.
Everything this year is just so weird. You know, I feel like really just stuck in the middle.
This
Yeah,
is Christmas
Jem,
Eve,
go get your game on.
and it's not as Christmassy as I should be.
As it should be. Whatever, Kody.
Oh, Mitch, we like you too. Oh, Mitch!
I'm super excited to not do Christmas with everybody this year. Are you kidding? I'm so excited. I'm so
Yes,
ready
hyperphilus.
for a chill, easy, quiet, not a lot of presents, just hanging out, having great food, and playing games.
This is so cute. Oh.
Okay, how are those noodles, Dave?
Just about done. About 2 or 3 minutes out.
It's Christmas Eve, and we are actually cooking our meal for tonight. I haven't spoken to Kody since the day he walked out the door. No text, no conversation, and he hasn't been in contact with Savannah either. I haven't said anything to him about
Yeah,
the argument.
Jemabel,
Why?
as you should.
I mean, why?
This is going to be a great lasagna.
Well, I sort of had to improvise some of it, but... We take our marriage covenants very seriously. I'm sort of stuck here. I don't want him back, but I don't feel like I can walk away because my faith doesn't really allow for me to just say, I'm done. I boxed up his stuff. He's not come to pick it up, so I just put it in storage. He can come get it, and if he doesn't want it after a while, I might just give it away.
And this will be the top layer, which needs to be cooked the least, because the top layer will get cooked the most.
I don't know. You're making a lot of assumptions about cooking that I just don't know.
The last 2 years have been
Such a mom thing to say.
really hard.
We were one big family, and now we're kind of separate.
I am glad to maintain a pretty happy relationship with a lot of my family. I can't help to feel that we've kept the door open when some haven't.
Well, I mean, your focus is cheese, which is important.
Okay, noodles.
More noodles, which are right there. Perfect. Heck yeah.
Now some more tomato.
We've reached out and tried to be open, and it's been neglected and overlooked for offenses that were believed to have happened, but they never did.
It's a nice way of putting it.
The idea that they wanted to connect with Robin and her kids, or that Robin and I are rejecting them, is not true. I have reached out only to get rejection. They're not being fair.
Ooh, I want some of that.
Okay.
Let's warm it. Hey,
Sure.
let's warm that, okay? With spaghetti sauce.
Our rice noodles and then
Warm it?
Yeah, great.
Mock ravioli is what I always do on Christmas Eve. It's almost like a lasagna dish, but not with lasagna noodles. It has butterfly noodles. I don't care that the package says bow tie noodles. They're butterfly noodles.
Go off, Mary. Look at this delightful little Christmas village. Hold on. Oh, it's so cute. In case you guys didn't know, Aaron and I are obsessed with Christmas villages now. Apparently they're called putzes, or putz, which is, it's a German thing, I guess. They were like originated in Germany or something. I'm obsessed with them now. They're my favorite. Also, I think it's fascinating that they're cooking like spaghetti pasta for Christmas. I thought, don't most people do like ham or turkey or something? I grew up in a Mexican family, so I always did tamales on Christmas, but I always thought the norm was like sort of Thanksgiving dinner, but slightly different. Is that not? Do other people do pasta for Christmas? Please sound off in the comments. Teach me about your traditions. We eat pasta of some sort always, but we are Italian. Okay, Christine, that's fair. That makes sense. Yes, we're a holiday village family now. Leslie, oh my God. That's so sad, but also probably true. Mini villages are so cute. I want to make some plastic canvas ones. Oh my God, cute. Yes. I will forever advocate for doing pot roast for the holidays. Okay, that sounds like warm and cozy. I can get that. Christmas Eve, note, they are not hosting it at Mary's house. Yes, I saw that, and I feel like that's important to note because isn't that like her thing? Isn't Christmas Eve supposed to be like Mary's thing, that they go over to Mary's house and do Christmas Eve stuff? And yet somehow it's at Robin and Kody's house again. Okay. He probably assumes that viewers will take his side about the reaching out. Oh, Irene, I think he definitely does. I think Kody operates in this world that like everybody believes him. Everybody is so sympathetic towards Kody. How could you not be? He's obviously the good guy, which is just okay. Prime rib, that makes sense. That's also warm, cozy. I get that. Pot roast also means not stressing over a turkey. Good point, Lou. That's true. You can just sort of roast it. I've seen people do pot roast in the crock pot and stuff too. Okay, takeout. Thai takeout sounds delightful. Yes, hyperbolous. Putz is definitely, that's what I said. I was like, isn't that kind of a rude word to like call a person? Apparently it's also a word to describe miniature Christmas villages. We do Chinese takeout and tamales closer to New Year's. Nice, Irene. That sounds cozy also. Okay, yeah, pot roast in the crock pot for Thanksgiving. I cook way too much food for Christmas. Love. Those are good vibes. I prefer prime rib with Yorkshire pudding, but my kids prefer turkey, so I just do my fave for New Year's. Interesting, Shalom. My grandma used to make spaghetti on Christmas. Interesting. Okay, brisket. So there's a lot of like meat-centric things, but also pasta is like very much a thing I'm learning. Okay, that's cool. I love that. I didn't know that. I don't know how to pronounce that. Rugged Descent. Guyanese, pepper pot, and garlic pot on Christmas. That sounds delightful. Irish recovering Catholic, toast, traditional turkeys, etc. Okay, I'm here for that, Bridget. Okay, let's keep going. 7 minutes, 48 seconds. We're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Started collecting the Dickens Christmas Village because Kody really likes A Christmas Carol, written by Charles Dickens.
I'm obsessed
The whole
with these
Dickens story is very, very special for me. Ebenezer Scrooge got the lucky shot of seeing what he looked like 5 years in the future. And maybe I need to look 5 years in my future.
Brother, I think you already are. My mom did the Christmas village thing. I've heard that.
Hasn't said dad yet.
It's a very mom and grandma thing.
Oma. Truly knows that she's going to see Kody in a couple of days. She doesn't really clock what she's missing. She's been around enough divorced kids to know she'll get presents everywhere.
Merry Christmas!
Honestly fair.
Truly include you. Hello. God bless us, everyone.
For Christmas Day tomorrow, we're going to go to McKelty's house. We're just going to hang out there, and we're just going to hang out.
That's fun. McKelty is one of Christine's older children, yes?
Hey, she wants you to stop. How about everybody get off their phones, though? I mean, it's Christmas Eve together.
Can you say Merry Christmas Eve?
To give the kids their Christmas jammies. This year we changed it up and they're getting blankets.
Okay.
It's probably very awkward for Mary. This is mine and Robin's house. Robin and I always have to tone down our romantic tension completely.
I know that it's different for Mary and Kody. Out of respect for her and out of love for her, I'm careful.
Kody doesn't hide things well, and I'm well aware. It's kind of like being the other woman.
Uh-huh. The way that he just outright admitted that he would rather be affectionate, intimate, romantic with Robin than with Mary when they're both in the same room is such a fucking red flag. This is weird and this is gross, especially because, like, yes, granted, they're at Kody and Robin's house, but isn't the arrangement supposed to be that, like, love multiplies, right? That, like, you can love multiple people and care about them and, like, provide them each with, like, happy, healthy relationships. So, like, in theory, shouldn't he be equally as affectionate with all of his wives if they're all in the same room at the same time? Like, the fact that he has to, like, tone down with Robin out of respect for Mary is so weird. Like, this is kind of gross. No, they don't believe that, Kristen. Oh, yuck. They typically do no intimacy when multiple wives are there. Interesting, Christine. Why even have that many wives if you can't love all of them? Yes, Renee, this is a super valid and important question. Fundamental misunderstanding. This isn't about love. This is about men's entitlement to heaven. Yeah, Gemma Bell, I think also, like, men's entitlement to women, you know? It's not out of respect. It's because he doesn't want to deal with Mary being upset. Lou, it really comes across that way. Because it really seems like what he's saying is that I'd rather be affectionate with Robin. And like, I don't really care if it hurts Mary, but I just don't really want her to be upset. So I'm not gonna. Okay. Thanks. Wow. What a compassion. I feel like red flag indicates a warning. We're way past warning signs. Remedy, that's a good point. I suppose this is probably past that. Yes, facts. Well, that's what I was thinking too. Like, as a person who is polyamorous, that like, if I was in the same room as Aaron and like any of my other partners at the same time, in theory, right? I would obviously have a conversation with all of them beforehand about our comforts and like people's wants, needs, and like, you know, comfortability. But like, there isn't a reason that you shouldn't be able to be affectionate with multiple partners, because we've all consented to participate in this agreement in which we honor what is to us a fundamental truth, that you can love and be affectionate towards other people at the same time, right? And everybody's allowed to feel jealous or feel how they feel, right? Like, that's very human. But that wouldn't be a hurtful thing to do, and you wouldn't have to like hide it as though it's like shameful or shitty. And also, if somebody is feeling jealous or having hurt feelings, that we have space to like process that and talk about that after the fact, you know? That like, that's an understood norm in a relationship. This is like so very much not that. Yeah, thank you, Isabi. Kody isn't ethical. I'm not sure it only counts for him. It really comes across that way. Yes, hyperphilous, exactly. That's because polyamory means communication. And also like an inherent desire for equity, right? Polyamorous relationships won't always be perfectly equal in the sense of like how much time or attention you can give any given partner, but there is very much a focus on creating a feeling of equity. And I just don't understand like why Kody doesn't care about that. Is a big trigger of jealousy that they aren't allowed. Yeah. It seems like that's also the norm, is that Cody's allowed to feel jealous, but the wives are not. You know, Christine, that's fair. Kody isn't ethical in most areas of how he deals with people, in my opinion. It certainly comes across that way. Okay, let's keep going. 9 minutes, 48 seconds. We're pressing play in 3, 2, 1. Poor Mary.
And
This has
she
to be so
brought
painful.
forth her firstborn son and wrapped him in swaddling clothes and laid him in a manger, because there was no room for him in the inn. We read through the Nativity. We have an experience together. You know, tomorrow's going to be Christmas. We'll be super focused on who's here and who we love and stuff like that. But I'm coming at this with a deficit. My bank account of love has been just my heart has just been ripped to pieces.
Not the bank account of love.
And I'm not yet in that place that I keep praying I can get to, where I'm just accepting what has happened and where we're at, and it's put it in a box, do the best I can to give anything that I still can to my children that are here with me now.
So basically, I'm choosing to give priority, and I will dole out affection, provided that my children either are forced to by their mother or choose to participate in this norm wherein I am never wrong and everybody kowtows to me. But if they don't abide by this norm, then I will revoke my love from my children and my spouses. Hello? Like, that's never a thing that should fucking come out of a parent's mouth, let alone be a value that a parent holds. This is so toxic. I saw somebody say also that polygamy could never be ethical non-monogamy, which is so true and important. This is such an important distinction, because I want to be clear, there's nothing wrong with people pursuing non-monogamy, right? But the ethical aspect of that is so important. And I think Christine said, beep, beep, beep. Let me scroll back up. Hold on. I think I missed it. Yes, because it's an inherently gendered power dynamic, which is like such a beautiful and succinct way to put it. The patriarchal vibes here are very much ruining the ethical aspect of what is supposed to be ethical non-monogamy. I know. The bank account of love thing is like such an ick for me. It's just, it really comes across as this like transactional view of relationships, which is just never a good way to view relationships, in my opinion, anyways. Okay, let's keep going. 10 minutes, 46 seconds. We're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Me and Robin are the only ones trying to hold this family together.
But Savannah, you have other gifts. I kind of told the kids, their dad and I had a really bad fight that we probably weren't coming back from.
Okay, big ups for the honesty, Janelle.
This is the first year that I'll be doing Christmas separate from everybody. I mean, ironically, Janelle's doing Christmas separate too with her kids, and I have no idea what Kody, Robin, and Mary are doing for Christmas.
Fair enough. You're not married to the guy anymore, so you don't need to know, I guess. Oh boy, here we go. Christine, exactly.
It's Christmas Day. I am on my way over to Robin's house. To be
Robin's
honest
house
with
again.
you, I feel like me and Robin are the only ones trying to hold this family together. I'm just so frustrated with so many people right now.
Really quick. I do want to validate Mary's frustration here because I think the norm in this family for years, if not the entire duration of the family, has been that it's the wife's responsibility and obligation to hold the family together, right? Essentially to fill in for the many gaps that Kody creates by being an absent parent and spouse. However, this is a common thing that happens in family systems where people are deviating from the norm, which is, you know, it's your job to do all of the stuff that's not actually your fucking job. It's common to feel frustration towards those people, right? To say, like, you're deviating from our norm and I don't want to have to pick up for your slack. However, in these moments, it's important. I want to encourage people to remember that your frustration lies with the person who's upholding this norm in the first place, right? In this case, it's Kody. Kody very much is the only beneficiary of the way that he forces or like strongly encourages his wives to do all of the emotional and practical labor. And so the person we should be frustrated with here is Kody, right? He's like the head of the family. He's the self-described person in power. And while it's okay to feel frustrated, it's not fair to say that Christine and Janelle are not like being kind or not like, you know, helping, because the truth is that what they're doing is choosing to deviate from a very toxic family norm that harms them. And while that sucks for the remaining people still locked into this norm, that doesn't mean it's Christine and Janelle's fault, right? It's still fucking Kody's fault. And also Mary and Robin even can choose to walk away or deviate from this family norm if it's creating harm for them. You know, they might not know that yet, which is okay. I think that makes total sense. But just for what it's worth, we do this in family systems a lot where like the cycle breaker sibling gets a lot of shit for like, you're ruining the holidays, right? Or like, why couldn't you just shut up? Not make a big deal or not cause a fight. And that's not fair to leverage that vitriol at that person for choosing to no longer participate in harmful norms. You know, frustration should be at the people who are trying to force people back into their little problematic roles. She can't deal with the fact that she spent over half her life buying, yeah, Gemma Bell, which is fair, right? I think that makes total sense. But it's still, again, it's important to highlight just because like, you could do that too, you know? I just don't think Mary knows that yet. Kody can have his own planet all by himself, but he'd probably still blame other people for when he trips over a crater or something. Yeah, that's very much that energy. Okay. Ooh, yeah, Bridget. He's been using the term triangulation. I think that's actually a really relevant term in regards to what's going on here. Okay, let's keep going. We're at 11 minutes, 58 seconds. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1. Excuse.
For this Christmas, unfortunately, it's just Mary, my kids, and Kody and I. We're just gonna make it the best day that it can possibly be.
Wham. Like
I really don't expect that we'll see Kody. I really don't. It's been a week and a half, and he hasn't said a thing or called or texted Savannah, so I don't know. I hope so. Because, my hell, it's Christmas, and this is your girl, your daughter who lives in town, and she's done nothing to you.
Saucy. That's a good point, actually. Even if he's mad at his sons, why is he
Merry
punishing
Christmas.
his daughter?
Kids are up, and we're ready to start looking over. They're going to go through their stockings. Aurora's ready?
Okay.
All right, okay.
Kody's got this crazy surprise. I'm hoping that the kids just lose interest. Yeah.
So we got scooters and we got helmets for everybody.
Motorized vehicles are not my favorite thing. I'm not excited.
We used to call them mini bikes when I was little.
We got the property out there. I want to have some fun on it. They're not even expensive.
Looks like a redneck scooter.
I think they're dangerous.
Okay, so
they are dangerous.
Probably gloves.
I kind of wonder if Kody was trying to compensate with these bikes.
Yeah, here, sit on it, Saul.
Instead of the kids focusing on the fact that family isn't all together, he's going, look at this pretty cool thing over here. Compensate for what it is we're actually missing here.
It also comes across as the like divorced dad thing. Of like, I'm so cool, like, don't you love being with me instead of at your bitch mom's house? Like, look how fun, we're the fun house, no rules. And like, this is so toxic, right? Not only are you putting your kids in the middle of a really difficult situation, but you're also creating this weird posturing thing with your kids where like kids can sense when something is up and things are weird, and you're just using your kids to soothe your own ego, which sucks. Robin's son almost lost his eye a year ago on an ATV, and he buys these and Robin is mad. You know, that's fair. Yeah, love bombing with gifts during the holiday. Classic. Also, you guys weren't kidding about the art. My God, there's so much art inside this house. I tried to set room service down, learned the hard way. What happened, Fax? Beep, 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 beep. They are not inexpensive. I was kind of wondering about that, Bridget. Like, these seem, at the very least, like, not cheap, you know? All I see is TBIs everywhere. And Aaron and I have said for the longest time, like, we're not going to have kids, but if we ever did, that, like, contact sports, like football, out of the fucking question. Things like motorized vehicles for small children, fucking out of the question. There's like so many other ways for kids to have fun and enjoy time outside that don't include potential brain injuries on developing little brains. Like, it's just so dangerous. Honestly, I'm with Robin. Kat, what? Are they actually? Do we know that for certain? That the ATVs are $15,000 each, or like in total? Regardless, that's still expensive. Even if they were like a couple $100 a piece, like that's still a lot of fucking money. Oh my God. Mary, that's a wild amount of money for an ATV. Teresa, yeah. I fully understand that and relate to that. Okay, let's keep going. 13 minutes, 37 seconds. We are pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
It's Christmas Day. My boys are here. Savannah's here, but we are at a vacation rental.
Thank you, Mom. What? Gift card.
It's a gift certificate weekend.
Okay. Oh, thank you, Mom.
I feel overwhelming relief, but there is a little bit of a sadness that Kody is not showing up for his kids, not Savannah.
Merry Christmas. Everybody open your stockings.
For the last 30 years, I've celebrated Christmas as a family.
Thanks for being here. Thanks for being born. You're awesome, every one of you.
Missed the big Christmas. It was fun. But this feels good. This feels peaceful. This feels joyful. Everybody wanted gift cards this year, so I'm like, that's easy. But Savannah, you have other gifts. I kind of told the kids. Their dad and I had had a really bad fight that we probably weren't coming back from. My kids weren't surprised. They've observed our relationship for several years and thought maybe it was time for me to get something, do something different, find something better.
Thank you, Mom.
Okay.
Thanks, Mom. Sure. Thanks, Mom. Merry Christmas, Mom.
Sorry, I didn't mean to tape it so low.
I thought the Christmas we did with just Mom and Mom's kids was very quiet, but it was honestly, in my opinion, kind of pleasant. It was good.
I went into it thinking that it would be a little bit like hard to swallow, that nobody was there, but I actually found myself enjoying it a lot.
For what it's worth, this is a very common reaction. We're paused, by the way. usually the first Christmas that people have outside of a large, sometimes toxic family is a little bit of a mixed bag, where there is a feeling of grief and like maybe sadness. Like it's kind of off-putting in a way because it's not the like big family Christmas. But oftentimes that feeling of relief is alongside that, where it feels kind of peaceful and kind of nice. Don't have to deal with like the politics of a large family, or not having to walk on eggshells or put up with like family politics, essentially. So if you experience that, please know that that's very normal. It makes perfect sense to feel that way. You're not a bad person for feeling a relief about not being around a big family during the holidays, because it's stressful. Even in a good family, it's stressful. Okay, 15:25, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
I have not heard from anybody here in Flagstaff as far as family goes.
It's wild because it's not a big city either.
Janelle had already decided that she was going to do Christmas separate. You know, after the fight, there was nothing. And that, I just didn't see the point. Janelle was just as absent as I was.
Sure she was, Kody.
Wow, what a twirly dress. That's just beautiful. Thank you.
And I'm kind of compartmentalized.
Stressed about some of
Janelle
the
is
kids'
out
behaviors.
of mind and out of sight for me right now. Yes, this is a struggle. My loyal wife and her children, we want something special.
Ick.
So I am blocking.
That is super weird. That's a weird ass fucking thing to say. Also, Rugged Ascent, very normal. Big love to you for the holidays, because it's probably going to be an adjustment, but I see you. You're very normal. He cut them off. Where are the wives, friends, and families? Honestly, that's a good point. We skipped one family Thanksgiving this year, and it was wonderful. Teresa, yeah. Katie. I was named after my aunt, who is a Christine. It's my dead name anyways. Dead name. Oh, got it. No judgment on parents who could do contact sports, by the way. I just worked as a medical coder for over 22 years, and it just scared me. Oh yeah, Bridget, everybody's going to make their own opinions about like child rearing, but you know, you can't be a person who works with people's brains and just like disregard the safety of small developing brains, you know? His wording makes it very uncomfortable too. Yeah, definitely does. Christine, and that's fair. Okay, 16 minutes, 10 seconds. We're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Everything else out for today.
Okay, Dayton, do we have what's it called celery, ground celery?
For breakfast, we're having crepes, okay? It looks like tortillas. They're not.
celery.
They're crepes, okay? It's more French, less Mexican.
Everyone in my family likes crepes, but except for me, because I don't like the texture, I don't like strawberries, I don't like the breading.
Crepes are one of my loveliest desserts. I love them because of the cream and the powdered sugar and the texture, and all the stuff about crepes is basically what I love.
Okay, Lou, it's not just me, right? I was like, it's probably just sensitive for me because I am Mexican, and I'm like, why did you like my food? But that's not just me, right? That did feel kind of weird. Oh no, is it weird? I know these kids are really cute, but I also feel very uncomfortable about children being on camera, so we're just gonna breeze right past this.
You just need to count your.
Oh, sorry, hold on, I didn't tell you we're playing. 16:52, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Your lucky stars that you're not seeing what Cody's putting in his crepe. It's nasty.
Oh, that's divine. Most everybody has 2 crepes. One is their meal crepe and one is a dessert crepe. So I'll usually have 2 crepes. They're a little mixture of both.
No. What are you laughing at, baby? I'm making vegetable stuff.
Oh, yeah. What my dad puts on his crepes and is a lot of gross stuff and sweet stuff. It's just disgusting. He's a healthy person, but a disgusting person too.
Must be Robin's influence on him. I have no idea.
What does he put in there?
Were you teasing me, Aurora?
Yes. Like he puts mozzarella cheese and he puts berries and some sort of weird aioli.
It's a burrito that's French.
Draw a little zingling.
Be so serious. Like, can we... Hello? It's a burrito that's French? First of all, no, it's not. crepes are their own distinct. This is somehow disrespectful to both Mexican cuisine and French cuisine at the same time, and also weird. Oh, what is going on? And all of the ancestors cried. Literally, they're not even similar. Also, crepes are folded, typically. Like, traditionally, they're folded in quarters. And, like, yes, you can have savory crepes or sweet crepes, but whatever. Okay, 1744, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Not tasty looking.
It's a cornucopia of fun food.
Why is he eating it like he's never eaten
sacred
anything?
loneliness that women have had in the principle.
There's this term of sacred loneliness because their husband's not around as much.
Fuck, not this.
I've never heard this term, sacred loneliness. I think it's stupid.
Like you're supposed to honor the fact that you're lonely?
Hell yeah. Oy, oy, oy.
We've managed to get our family through the holidays, and that experience was very isolating.
Okay.
I'm in this bad place with Janelle, and Christine's gone. Don't even know what to do with Mary. And even with Robin kind of feeling like I've been pretty much a grouch for 2 years.
I don't even know what to do with Mary. Like, she's a stray dog that just wandered in the house one day. Hello? Also, Mary is his first wife. He's been in a relationship with Mary the longest. What do you mean you don't even know what to do with her? Like, the fuck? Oh my God. Let's keep going. 1846, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
My friend Nathan and I are just going for a drive. We don't really have a destination. It's mostly about just wanting to talk to him freely about his own advice and experience in being a polygamist going through a divorce.
You just want someone to gas you up.
How's it going? Going great. How was your drive?
It was good. It was really good. My wife and Mary are sisters, and that's how Kody and I became brother-in-laws, is when I married my wife.
Okay.
You know the weirdest thing
It's a little
that I'm
odd, but whatever.
experiencing?
What's that?
I don't know how to explain this, man. I'm going through a divorce, and I'm still got a wife that I'm in love with.
When Kody became public,
Yes.
he wanted to show the world that plural families could be loving, functional. It's a strange thing now that the world gets to watch what happens when they break down, and I hope that when people see that, they have compassion.
I know that Janelle and Robin are looking at me, and they're like looking at me like they don't know me.
There's no getting around that. You know that when Beth left me, I was still married to Rebecca. I've lived plural marriage before. I've had 2 wives. My second wife decided it wasn't for her anymore, and she left, and so that's my history and my background on that.
He had
Descriptive.
an experience that started out very positive and ended very negative.
It took.
That is such a good point. Thank you for pointing that out, actually. A wife, not 2 wives, because at this point he is still married to, well, technically, I mean, he's like, married only to Robin, but he is still technically in a relationship with, at least a relationship in good standing with Robin and Mary, and in theory should still be in a relationship with Janelle. But he has a wife. But for sure, Kody doesn't play favorites. For sure, Kody is not, disregarding his other wives. Definitely these accusations about how he plays favorites are just baseless. Absolutely baseless. Yeah, Flagstaff is in northern Arizona, for whoever asked. It is actually really pretty, Ada. It's like very foresty. There's like snow, and it's like it's pretty cute. It's just smaller. Flagstaff is definitely a smaller city. Hope, yeah. Yeah, technically he's only legally married to Robin. But still, at this point in time, he hasn't officially ended his relationship with Janelle, And he is still, like, there hasn't really been any outward conflict with Mary. So he should be saying that he is going through a divorce and is also in love with and still married to 3 women. But he said a wife. Okay. 20 minutes, 29 seconds. We're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Me several years, many years, to get to a sort of equilibrium. But even now that I feel like I'm somewhat more imbalanced, it's a new equilibrium. I'm not the same person. Until a person's been divorced, you don't know how fundamentally it changes you, it alters you.
It's a weird place to be where you had this big family, and it's a big thing.
Socks, hi.
And now we've got this small thing going on. And it's not unimportant. And it is beautiful, but it's not big like this other was. And can I adjust?
It really just feels like an ego thing. I'm sorry, it does.
Well, I don't want to sit and identify as a monogamist. If you are what you do, then what are you when you don't? Can I?
Also, hold on. This is so irritating because his implication here that not being married to 4 women at the same time means that he's a monogamist, I think just like speaks to how phony this whole like plural marriage thing is, right? Because for people who identify as polyamorous or ethically non-monogamous or whatever, a lot of people conceptualize that as a relationship orientation, right? In the same way that we conceptualize like a sexual orientation. For example, if you're a bisexual person, but you're not currently dating somebody of the same gender as you, that doesn't mean that you're no longer bisexual, right? Like the orientation is static regardless of your current relationship status. And so him insinuating that like, oh, being divorced from these other people means that I'm no longer a polygamist really speaks to the way that he views these women as like things, right? He views his family as, I think somebody said it earlier, they like toys, they're objects that he can hoard to flaunt what a godly, powerful, important man he is. Like this is so transparently about ego, about control, about ownership, and it just is so fucking yucky. Ugh. I just don't. Ugh. He even says it's all ego, baby, and a tell-all. Oh God. Yes, yeah, Hattie, it does feel very misogynistic. Also, how does this work numbers wise if even just some of the men marry multiple women? Just how does that work unless men leave the faith? You know, Christine, these are questions that I don't think we have the answer to. Multiple wives is his ticket to super heaven. Yeah. But I don't think he actually cares about these women. It's just like such a transactional thing. Hannah Banana said they're all objects to him. They're pieces of a puzzle of how the world views him. Exactly. We talked about that in the first couple episodes, that he seems really fixated on the way that he's perceived by the world at large being the most important thing, rather than his actual lived experience in these relationships that he claims to care oh so much about. Okay, 21:27. We're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Be a monogamist? Can I manage this? I mean, this is smaller.
It's like you've gone to a place because of the divorce. You've gone to a place you hadn't been before.
Yep.
Stupid things go through my mind, like I wish I wouldn't have done that. I wish we wouldn't have ever gotten married. I wish I could go back in time.
Yeah. No. Every guy goes. Well, I'm guessing that most men who go through divorce or through a breakup with his partner, I'm certain they feel the same way. Part of this, and I'm going to be real upfront with you, your other wives, they lost a sister wife too. I was all bitter and resentful and angry. That spilled out all over Rebecca, and I forgot that she lost a childhood best friend as well as a sister wife.
It's not just the husband that's being left. Robin's feeling the ultimate rejection.
I'm dealing with some depression and some mourning and loss and grieving, and it's a very difficult, heartbreaking situation.
I just want to point out that he heard the other sister wives have lost a sister wife, and took that to mean poor Robin, right? Because I want to be clear, Robin going through grief and feeling depressed and having a difficult time with this transition is super normal. That makes complete sense that she would be struggling. I think especially because, again, her and her family kind of catch the or the crosshairs rather, of a lot of the family vitriol at this point, because Kody does seem to play favorites. But there's no sympathy in this sentiment at all for any of the other women that are either current sister wives or past sister wives, right? Like, he doesn't care at all about Mary having a hard time, about Janelle having a hard time. We immediately beeline to like, oh, this is really difficult for Robin. Hello? What about the other people that you claim to be in love with and in relationship with? Oy. Okay, let's keep going. 22 minutes and 30 seconds. We're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
You know, how society's been for, you know, eons of time, that any strong man would have more than one woman, whether they were married or not, whatever. And, you know, there's something about us in plural marriage for men that really struggle to acknowledge that difficulty that a woman has in plural marriage. We dismiss it.
I think that can happen.
It's crazy. This sort of sacred loneliness that women have had in principle.
There's this term of sacred loneliness because their husband's not around as much.
Sacred loneliness?
I've never heard this term, sacred loneliness. I think it's stupid.
Like you're supposed to honor the fact that you're lonely? The idea is that you sacrifice some of your emotional needs because you want to live plural marriage.
I hear Kody talk about how hard plural marriage is on the women, and it's like, really? Now you figure that out? You know what I mean?
Yes.
I've always thought it was so dumb. Sorry.
Because it is dumb.
Yeah, plural marriage can be lonely. In my head, it's an opportunity for you to get a relationship with God.
For me,
Robin,
the
quit.
principle and
It makes my heart hurt so much that Robin will turn around and, like, I don't know if she's pretending or if she is genuinely just, like, in the sauce in terms of, like, believing that, like, Kody mistreating her is a perfectly normal and okay thing. This is a good thing, even. Like, stop it. It makes me so sad and frustrated because also this is an important thing to talk about too in this situation, that Robin choosing to or being brainwashed into, I guess, co-signing all of this fucked up behavior that's being dealt out by Kody also negatively affects the other women in this equation, right? Because she then gets turned into the example of, like, see, she is the good wife. She doesn't have any problems with my behavior. And so Kody then leverages all of this, vitriol basically at all of the other wives by saying, look at what a shining example of a good sister wife that Robin is, and why can't you be like that? Except that also, like, Robin is suffering. She just either doesn't talk about it or isn't aware that that's what's happening and doesn't have the agency to speak about it or to do anything about it. Yeah, Alexandra, that's fair. But it benefits her to buy into the bullshit. Well, yeah, exactly. But it benefits her and also negatively impacts everybody else. But also, I don't know that I buy that it fully benefits her, because it certainly doesn't benefit her all the time, right? She is still being treated as an object like all of the other women are. She's just either brainwashed into believing that that's a good thing, or she's pretending that she's fine with that so that she can try to create some security for her kids, neither of which are good or safe or healthy, you know? I just, I guess the question Robin should ask herself, what will it take for her to not be the good one? Yeah, exactly. Well, I think that's the other thing, Migs, is that Robin seems to be in a favored position right now because she's behaving the way that Kody believes she ought to. But at what point does that change, right? At what point will he revoke his favor from her And at what point will she have to get to in order to finally say no or put her foot down, at which point he will leverage all of the same vitriol that he's leveled at his other wives at her, you know? Yeah, Hattie the Hat, I hope so too. Yes, she's the favorite object, but still an object. Thank you, Isasaurus. This is like the fundamental conflict of being a pick-me, right? They're like, sure, you're the favorite for now, but like, how long will that really work out for you? You will reach a point where it becomes clear that you're no more respected or valued than the other women were. You were just favored for the time being, which sucks. But I hope that she is able to like figure that out before it bites her in the ass. When does he meet the next wife? Yeah. Okay. 2404. We're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Plural
interesting,
marriage.
hyperfluous.
It is
Okay.
about a woman's right to choose who her husband gets to be and who gets to be the father of her children. If he happens to be married, yeah, so what? She still gets to choose. On the flip side of that coin, though, they have the freedom to
leave as well.
Yeah. What is overlooked is that it can be difficult for the guy too. I mean, it's a real work. Each wife wanted me to be 100% there, and
So
it was
why did you
exhausting.
set
And
up this
they
norm
got a
then?
break every other day.
They all agreed that they were going to do this. Maybe they had more faith in me. If I was just tired of hearing about the struggle.
Till you've sat in the seat and, been a guy that's had 4 wives and tried to meet the emotional, spiritual, physical, mental needs of 4 women. It's like, there's a hubris that comes with judgment.
I courted Mary and I courted Robin.
Can we just talk about how both of these men turned around to make themselves a victim of a situation that is their own creation, right? I don't want to discount that being a present partner to more than one person at a time is difficult. It requires logistical and emotional maturity, right? But they are the ones who are the self-described people of power in this equation. Why did you fucking do this if you didn't want to? Like, at every turn, you are the one who chose to take on another sister wife. Don't do that if you don't want to be responsible. This is very much the, like, look at the consequences of my own actions. Like, just, hello? How is this difficult for... Yes, Christine, I want to be the patriarch. Wah, being the patriarch is so hard. Oh, make it make sense. Okay, 2508, we're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
But Christine and Janelle both asked if they could be in the family. And with that ask, I had some special requirements that I wanted them to meet in order to come into the family. And mainly that was, there will be other wives. You've got to be committed to me.
It's improper for a man to be out chasing wives. It's generally a woman approaches a family and says, look, I feel like I've had a spiritual revelation that maybe I belong in your family.
Hey.
He now keeps saying, Christine and I asked to be in the family, and Robin was invited. Somehow, because Christine and I asked, we deserve less, we should be happy with what we got. It wasn't like we were begging to be in the family. We simply asked, there was a courtship, and then we all got married.
They had their...
But also, again, I want to point out that the women in this equation are fundamentally at a lesser position of power because of the way that this community, this culture uplifts patriarchal values. Ultimately, even if they did say, I've had a spiritual revelation and I feel as though I'm supposed to be a part of your family, it was Kody's obligation as the head of the family to say, can I be a present husband? Can I be a present father if I choose or agree to have these women join our family unit? And if you cannot, then say no. Like, there's no situation in which this is not Kody's fault. Like, this is so incredibly frustrating. Yeah. But yeah, Hattie the Hat. Also, The implication being that like Robin was invited and so therefore I respect her more because you asked to be part of this family. Yuck, even though that seems to be the cultural norm. I'm so annoyed. Melly, yeah. Lou, I don't know. I literally have no idea. Okay, let's keep going. 2557, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Full choice to be in this family. And after they went through this process with us, they decided they don't want to be part of it.
Yes, because you sold them a bag of goods that was not real or true.
You get in this
did not
place
hold
where
up
it's
your
like,
obligation.
well, I should just be the devil I think I am now.
You're gonna have to face the darkest parts of yourself.
And it's weird, I am.
This is stuff that I should just be keeping to myself. I don't want Robin to see this.
Sorry, come again, Kat? Meanwhile, there's some question about the timeline of when Janelle divorced Mary's brother and got with Kody. Hold on. This sounds familiar. So, can somebody please clarify the details of this for me? Janelle was married to Mary's brother, but divorced him and then married Kody. Correct? Hope very much. Yeah. Women with agency are the worst. Yeah, it really does seem like that's Kody's perspective, Frenchie is Fry. I wonder if he likes Robin the most because they've been together for the shortest amount of time. Her novelty hasn't worn off. That's very much a thing, Mia. I think lots of people experience that in relationships. She met Kody because she was married to Mary's brother. That's wild. Okay, I just am weirded out by that. They try to act like just because Mary and Janelle were friends, they met because Mary and Janelle were friends, but it's because they were sisters-in-law. That's really odd. Really, really odd. Whatever, I guess. Family wreath in this situation. Yeah. Okay. Let's keep going. 2627, pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
I mean, there's like, I just never foresaw this happening to me, and I never foresaw my reaction to this happening.
I was so optimistic about living plural marriage. Everybody seemed happy, and they're not now. Nobody's happy now.
Why is that,
It's
Kody?
heartbreaking.
Why is that, do you think?
It was a dream, and now it's gone. It's such a mess
Yes,
right now.
Christine, everyone's being honest now.
We can deny it to ourselves, but Robin's in for a ride, and any of the other wives that stay with him.
What does that fucking mean? Hello?
We've never had as many problems as we're having right now in our marriage. He's suspicious of anybody being disloyal to him. He's directing that at me. It's like I don't recognize him. I don't really recognize him right now, and I've never seen him like this before.
Instead of throwing out the old battered sword, it's
Yes,
about
I agree.
reforging it into something new and shiny.
I wish I would have asked Christine what made her, why she believed in the principles, which we talked about a lot. It'd be interesting to hear from the three of them what their ideal is about plural marriages now.
5 years ago, I was fighting to keep it together. What has happened to me that has caused me to feel relief when a woman's saying I'm leaving?
I've had to really think about plural marriage. I still believe that it can be lived and that there's a purpose for it. Despite the fact that Kody and I are having problems, I do think I could live plural marriage, and I could live plural marriage again. I don't know if there's really an opportunity for me to live it again. I mean, it's kind of a strange thing. You don't go around finding people who are living plural marriage.
In my head, this is still something that can work. You have to have people who are interested.
Well, yes.
There are full functioning plural families out there. I think you just gotta always work together though and keep that ideal and keep on talking about the ideal and making sure that ideal grows with the vision of the family.
Yeah, Mia, very much so.
I don't think that the fact that our family has kind of fallen apart like it has is because of polygamy. I think it's because of personalities. I think that he regrets marrying Christine. I don't know where he is with Janelle, but I do believe 100% that he regrets marrying me.
Wow.
This whole divorce, I thought I'd handle better.
Hold on, really quick. Listen, I'm not here to tell anybody what to do, right? But I do just want to highlight that regardless of whether their perspective is that this particular situation failed because of the personalities and not because of polygamy, there is very much like some writing on the wall about how this power structure disadvantages the women involved, you know? Like Janelle talking about being 50 years old and having no financial security for herself is a byproduct of this power differential and like the patriarchal values in this community, you know? Like that's not anything to do with personalities. That's because of polygamy, which is a fucking problem. Like that's not good. I need to Janelle and her sister wives both married to Kody. Oh, Mary and Janelle. Oh, are you explaining what's going on? Thank you, Lauren. Rumor is Kody is taking steroids? Oh my God, Mary. Okay, to be clear, that's just a rumor. We don't know if that's true or not. Hi, Mackenzie. No worries. Thanks for making the stream. I'm glad you're here. They do all deserve better, honestly. Okay, let's keep going. 29 minutes, 32 seconds. We're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
I thought I'd be able to meditate through it. I'm not even meditating now, you know. My prayers are weak and faithless. You know, I'm in this just spot. And I'm struggling with my own benevolence. I just want to be a for a little while, you know?
I want to grow horns right now so bad. I want to say mean things. I want to be a jackass. It's just like this urge to just, you know, be the ass she said I was. You know, like, oh, you think I'm an ass? Well, I'll show you an ass.
You're gonna have.
This is so toxic, especially because he's not saying like, oh, I want to be mean to her because she hurt me. He's actively admitting on camera that he wants to be a dick to everyone, like even to the wives who he claims are like doing the right thing. This is very much like the emotional maturity of a toddler. Remedy, I saw your question. Let me know if it's not appropriate to ask. Do you ever see individuals like Kody minus the polygamy, as in like polyamorous people? I don't think so, actually. If I have, it's not like if I have, it's not been a topic of treatment. I'm sure that probably somewhere along the line that's come up. But it's not like an area of specialty of mine, certainly. I think this man needs to make an edgy OC that's the vibes he's giving. Keep your insides thoughts inside. Okay. The red flags from Kody are scaring me so much. Yeah, Mia, because this is scary. Like this behavior, admitting that you want to abuse people is so problematic. Okay, 30 minutes, 10 seconds. We're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
To face the darkest parts of yourself.
And it's weird. I am.
Yep.
And I don't like who I am.
Yep. You're gonna stare at the man in the mirror and you're gonna find out how big the horns are. There were things that I thought that I never thought I could think. And I thought them.
Dude. Yeah. It's like a heavy, thick drive inside of me.
Yeah.
And when you talk about a gremlin, I got a gremlin inside of me, Nathan.
I mean, the deepest temptations I've had in my whole life was to sit down and stop trying to be good. And that's happening to me now. And it's just devastating.
This is so problematic.
And there's this
Literally,
urge that I'm seriously fighting. It's like deep in me. It's ugly, it's sinister, and that's the wolf you want to starve. But that urge to do it, to just be mean as hell, just has gotten in me, and it's a fight. I don't know, I worked so hard to do what was right.
I just want to be super clear. If anybody is struggling with a desire to be abusive to loved ones, so much so that it's an active, constant struggle to not be abusive, first of all, fucking go to therapy. But second of all, like, take some steps back, right? You need to very much remove yourself from direct contact with the people you're in relationships with for a little while to sort your shit out. Because, like, if you're having active, constant thoughts of abusing people, you are not a safe person to be in relationships right now. And, like, this is a thing that is, like, you know, not shameful necessarily, but, like, you need to fucking work on it. Baby, that's such a dark joke. I know, Renee. This is so stressful. I know, yes. Everyone else isn't fighting the dark urge, right? Literally. Yeah. This is, just beyond red flag at this point. Okay, 31 minutes, 16 seconds. Let's press play in 3, 2, 1. Rugged Ascent, very much.
And when you lose that and you feel like you failed even to God, you get in this place where it's like, well, I should just be the devil I think I am now.
That's spooky, dude. That's fucking
This
bone
is
chilling
stuff that I
behavior.
should just be keeping to myself. I don't want Robin to see this.
Hi, bye. Yes. It feels that way.
I don't want her to know how dark I've gotten.
Go to
I'm
therapy,
now
dude.
thinking that you probably didn't share with me your darkest thoughts.
I don't know that anybody shares their, their ugliest side of themselves that actually finds themselves. It's just don't let it overwhelm you, and take hope in the fact that you aren't acting out on that. I look back at my experience when my wife left me, and I definitely wouldn't have wanted it filmed. I don't think I would have looked like I wouldn't have come out shiny. I would have been very messy.
It's like,
Okay, but being messy is not the same thing as admitting that you want to abuse people. Like, hello. Also, I saw a couple of people being like, oh my God, he needs to shut up. And, like, low-key, I'm kind of glad that he said this out loud, though, right? Like, I am happy that he's saying this out loud, at least for, like, the documentation of this, so that we can all be on the fucking same page, that Kody admitted with his own ding-dang mouth that he wants to be an abusive person. Just, woo. Christine, a little bit. But also just, like, to validate the experiences of the women who left him, right? I think he does a lot of, like, song and dance to try to paint himself as the good guy, but, like, you said it, brother. Like, you said it out loud that you are struggling constantly with the desire to be a fucking jerk to everybody, to be a dickhead to everybody, including the women who haven't done anything wrong to you. And that, like, the women who are saying, no, Kody sucks, are, like, very much telling the truth in that. It does really make sure, wow, the internet will be vastly on. Yes, exactly, Christine. Internet will be very much on the women's side here. Let's hope, anyways. Okay, 32-24. We're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
there's a difficulty in saving a relationship that seems like it would be so much easier to let it go.
It seems like.
And then move on and find something else that is no longer broken.
Find someone who's
There's
not
a
going to be rebellious.
Urge to just
There's real
break it off.
discouragement. There's real
Break it off and
discouragement.
start again somewhere else.
We have only two choices. We can sit there and just say, well, it's all crap, and throw our hands up. Or we can fight to win and believe in redemption.
What are we winning?
Two of my littlest, my two youngest, are still loving me back. And I'm thinking, about a stupid thought to want to run from this when the only thing that loves me still, I'd be abandoning,
Yep. I get it.
I just have this gut thing. It's like I'd like to run away from my life. Just escape, just change my name, disappear, be somebody else. I hate my life right now.
This is beyond scary. Like, I know that up to this point, it's been sort of like good vibes. Like, we're just sort of shitting and joking, but like shitting on him and joking about it. But like, this is actually fucking scary. Also, he's very much saying the quiet part out loud here, that as soon as things become even mildly difficult, he wants to just leave it all behind and find a new person, including his own children, right? The value that he sees in his children is directly correlated to how much they're willing to show him affection and put up with his bullshit, right? Like, abide by his rules. The way that this man conceptualizes love is so fundamentally fucked up, it seems. Like, the way that he's talking about how only his 2 youngest children love him because they show him affection still is wild. This is so bone chilling. I am like actually fucking blown away. I was doing work in the background on another tab, but I'm fully engaged now. Peyton, I feel that. He wants unconditional love from his children, but his love is always conditional. Yes, Christine. And also it seems like his idea of love is like warped from the beginning. Like, I don't know that he really understands what it means to truly love someone, honestly, because his self-admission that he would be totally fine to leave behind all of the family that he has, except for, I don't know, seemingly Robin and their youngest kids, is mind-blowing. Yes, Amanda, I caught that he called those children things. Yeah. Oh, I'm fucking weirded out. Yeah, it really, I saw a couple people talking about how it seems like he wants more of a cult mentality than he does a family, and it really comes across that way. He views people loving him as like blind worship, and that's, to be clear, not what fucking love is, but also very much a fucking red flag. This man seems like genuinely fucking unsafe. Here's the thing. He realizes he can either learn from his mistakes or go darker. And for him, it's way more conceivable to go darker. So much for Jesus forgiving, huh? Yeah. Hi, bye. It kind of comes across that way. Hold on. McKelty's recent live, so heartbreaking. Ooh, okay. I don't want to see any spoilers. I would like to, I know that obviously we're pretty behind, but I know that there's like a tell-all and all of that stuff, but I want to try to watch this as we go. So I'm going to avoid spoilers as much as I can. You guys are so cute. If Kody was your client and revealed this to you, how would you proceed? Honestly, facts, I don't know. I think the very first thing that we need to do would be clarifying what exactly that means, right? Because people admitting like dark, intrusive thoughts is not necessarily uncommon in therapy, right? Like, our brains just wild out sometimes. But having a discussion about, you know, like the action behind these desires or the motivation to act on these desires is really critical. We do this a lot when we're screening for hurting oneself. We do very much have intrusive thoughts about this sometimes. People have like passive thoughts like that sometimes. But the degree to which we actually want to act on them is the thing that separates whether or not this is a theoretical conversation that we're having and like honestly unexpressed, unreleased emotion that needs processing, as opposed to like, we need to start taking action to protect other people. And obviously we don't know that, based on this very edited TV show. But first of all, fucking shame on TLC for not asking those questions or doing anything about it, because like, hello, this is so fucking alarming. Yeah, exactly. Rugged Ascent, yeah. I mean, it depends on like the details of that, but obviously if somebody outright, directly, specifically admits to a desire to harm anybody, and then speaks to a plan, a means, intent, opportunity, then we have a conversation about like duty to report and like a duty to like protect other people. The TV show is so behind that the show footage and the talking heads accompanying it are almost a year apart in time. Whoa, really? Hyperfluous? That's even worse. Hi, bye, yeah. Okay, let's keep going. 33 minutes, 38 seconds. We're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
I always wanted to live plural marriage from the time that I was a young woman. This is what I'm invested in, and so for him to question it is like, it feels a little bit like a deal breaker of our marriage. This is not what our marriage agreement is.
Interesting.
It would absolutely devastate me if he decided to leave me.
You don't really seem to have a lot of compassion for your fellow sister.
I mean, I know he has these thoughts. You know, you can't make anybody stick around or stay. I know he would regret it, you know, leaving everything behind. I just know it's from pain. It's not because he's a selfish or a bad person. He's just in pain.
Just real quick, Abby asked, how common is that for someone studying health psychology? If you're talking about the stuff like the thoughts of harm to self or harm to others, generally speaking, I don't have like statistics on this in front of me, but I would say like most therapists would probably affirm that harm to self is much more of a common admission than harm to others. It's rare for someone to have that and to admit that usually. It's certainly not something that I've come across a lot in my career. When I watch Sister Wives just for funsies, I count the number of times Kody says, "I, me, my or mine," and his record is 264. Wow. The simulation really did the math. Thank you for that. Also, I want to be super clear, just for the sake of being fair. We don't know that he's necessarily admitting to a desire to physically harm anyone, right? I do think it's fair for people to go through feelings of like feeling misunderstood or like a frustration about like wanting to lash out at people who have seemingly hurt you, right? On a micro level, this is a thing that we do, right? Where like if someone says something mean to you, the desire is to say something mean back in terms of like wanting to even the playing field, right? Obviously, this feels scarier because of the behavior that he's demonstrated, but I want to be super clear. We don't know that he's speaking about that specifically. The admissions that he's made on camera are like very vague, and so it's entirely possible that he is technically speaking about wanting to like have like retribution in the sense of like, you said something that hurt my feelings, so I want to say something that hurts your feelings. Just again, for what it's worth, I think that's important to air out. I know, Katie, but like, again, I think it's important with the content that we make to not character assassinate people because, again, this is a highly edited TV show. We don't know Kody, you know, not that I anticipate that this is all editing, you know, but again, for what it's worth. Yeah, thank you, Christine. I'm doing my best. Anyways. Okay, 34 minutes, 23 seconds. We're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
I think my kids look at me and they're like, "You're the source of my heartbreak."
And Isabel is setting the table, I guess.
Rising self-awareness.
They want to say something, and they know what they want to say, but they won't say it.
Why is that, do you think?
Hey! Hey!
You are
fun. Oh my gosh.
Janelle and I decided to get a fun little vacation rental between Christmas and New Year's, and we are in Flagstaff now celebrating, you know, second Christmas together. We're super excited. Hunter came in from Baltimore for Christmas, and he's still here. And then we have Garrison, Gabe, and Savannah here for Christmas as well. We're gonna stay and hang out here for a couple of days. I'm so excited.
Cool. We will help you guys get in.
Just having everybody in the same place again, it already feels festive. It's cute, right? It's cute to see the kids together again.
He's
vicious. Hunter, get him.
I would be so
I still
mad.
think that we have a completely whole relationship with all of Christine and her kids.
Defend me.
Oh, you're gonna rub it on me?
Oh my gosh, he's in shorts.
That was great that they showed up. Kind of a party.
I'm not a snow
It got a little
person.
too wild at times, but I am gonna blame Christine for that. She
Blame Hunter for that.
Yeah, we'll all point fingers. So
You're not wearing any.
Hunter, you can't go inside. That's cheating.
I'm in nothing.
So, look at my bare feet.
I think my brothers have a tendency to get a little wild, regardless of who it is. As long as you put two of them together, you're gonna have a party for sure. So.
I feel like Dad didn't make enough effort this year, and maybe Robin too. I definitely feel not really necessarily slighted by them, but absolutely neglected.
Fair assessment. Also, hi, Akil. Thanks for coming. Glad you made the stream.
Janelle's boys did not want to be around me and my kids or Kody for Christmas. And that was very heartbreaking for me.
Like, she can't be
Because
serious.
if I would have thought for 1 second they were open to anything to do with us for Christmas, I would have just pushed and tried to make it happen.
They decided on a separate Christmas without me and without Robin and without Mary. McKelty, Truly, and Isabel are in town. Christmas has gone by, but we're going to have a Christmas basically with them.
There's been no communication from Kody about Savannah. She's not said, I want to go see Dad, and he's not called her and said, do you want to come over? I'm kind of thinking he should call and say, hey, I want to see you. I don't think it's her place to chase him and say, I want to see you, Dad.
Correct, Janelle.
Avalon is like fun as a barrel of monkeys.
I love Avalon.
Cute little baby.
That girl has my heart.
Does Tony always put his hat on? Can I go?
McKelty has made it clear that she's neutral.
So we're trying to get my turn. Okay, so
McKelty's the bridge between the family. She's always gotten along with everybody.
Christine, before she left Flagstaff and Kody, she told me that she didn't want to have a relationship with me and my kids. If she wanted...
Hold on, pause. Leslie, that's a good point. Thank you for bringing that up because I forgot about that. Robin told Mary not to invite them for Christmas Eve. And then she's on camera crying about how if I thought for even a second that they wanted anything to do with us, then I would have pushed. You literally said to Mary, don't invite them. Hello? Yes, Socks. This is also a good point. This is so not fair to her being McKelty as the eldest daughter who's had to play that role to some extent. It's terrible. It is terrible. And also an undue burden to place on a child, right? Akil, thank you for the $1.99. Season 17 when Christine was leaving was awful. Oh, really? I haven't watched it because I just wanted to start with the most recent one because we're already behind, but I might in my own time go back and watch it because it seems like there's a lot of context there that's relevant to this season. I grew up with being in the middle and I don't wish that on anyone. Yeah, Mark, definitely, because it sucks. It's an impossible situation to be in. Because you feel like there's no winning, like there's no easy place for you to be. Like at every turn people are going to push you and pull you and have commentary about what you're doing or not doing, and it's just it does a number on people in their adult relationships and their sense of self also. That's a lie. Christine said she didn't want a relationship with Robin, not the kids, but Robin cannot differentiate herself from her children. Honestly, Kat, I feel like that comes up a lot because she uses the phrase me and my children or me and my kids a lot. And I feel like that's important context, right? Because Janelle, at the time that Christine and Janelle made plans and were like being close, Janelle was still in a relationship with Kody, and or not Janelle. Janelle was in a relationship with Kody, and Christine was like actively encouraging Janelle to work on it. You know, like Christine seemed genuinely disappointed when Janelle said that they weren't good. It really does not come across as though Christine is trying to nuke Kody's relationships with the other wives, because if anything, she's like doing the opposite, you know? It really does not seem true that Christine like single-handedly tried to nuke Robin's relationships with everybody else, but rather that Christine made the decision that for her, she doesn't want to be around it. And like, that's her choice and her prerogative as an adult, but Robin is like really personally deeply offended by that. Kody likes the Kobe Marishu no-win situations. Bridget, I have no idea what that means. Please elaborate. I have never heard of that term before, but I would like to know what it means. We're not told to do it. We feel like it's our duty because we see both our primary caregivers miserable and we're sensitive. Yes, Mark. And also that there's like an unspoken poking and prodding that happens. Just because your family didn't explicitly verbally tell you that it was your job to caretake or to soothe or to be the peacemaker does not mean that they didn't tell you that, you know? Yeah. Reparenting is a very important tool in the healing process, Migs, for sure. Okay, let's keep going. Let's not get lost in the sauce. 38 minutes, 19 seconds. We're pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
To reach out with my kids, and my kids wanted that relationship with her. They'd have my blessing.
Now I can let, now we can wake up the rest of the kids, I guess.
They stayed the night. We're going to have a Christmas morning. I just figured, well, let's just do Christmas. We'll open some presents. It'll be fun. Make it as fun as we can.
Why would you not reach out to them to
Merry
ask if they wanted to come
Christmas.
to actual fucking Christmas, dude?
Okay.
I love that Robin's kids get real Christmas, and all of the other kids get like second Christmas. Just like, what the fuck? And again, we talked earlier about how the holidays don't have to be on a certain day or whatever, but I think especially for people like this who are very bought into the idea of holidays being on a particular day, this just feels really mean and dismissive and like a covert way to tell your children who are, not biologically related to Robin that they're less important to you, that they're like stepchildren. Okay, what about Star Trek? It's the test for the Starfleet. It puts students in a deliberate no wins. Oh, okay. Thank you, Bridget. I was like, I don't know what that means. I was like, is that a psychology term that I've never heard of? It was a test at the Starfleet Academy to train students to deal with no-win scenarios. Interesting. Okay. Oh no, little E. Does Robin not like it? Okay, let's watch. 38:52. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Oh, Ariella, are you putting on makeup? Whose makeup kit do you have?
It's mine.
Is that yours? Who puts all your toys here in the morning, on Christmas morning?
Santa.
Santa does?
Yeah.
And he gave you a makeup kit?
Yeah.
And you're putting it on right now?
Yes.
Okay, let's see you put it on. Here, look at me and bat your eye.
We're
Should
fast
be the
forwarding.
only ones opening.
What the fuck? That was fucking weird. Okay, I'm glad we fast forwarded past that. I don't know what the fuck that was, but that's not my fucking favorite. All right, 39 minutes, 32 seconds. Pressing play in 3, 2, 1.
Gifts. And so I saved some of my own kids' like gifts. Wanted it to feel like Christmas.
Ari's personality is, she's kind of annoying, sweet, crazy, imaginative, and
Listen,
I forgot.
We're fast forwarding. I just don't like it.
Deacon.
These children should not be growing up on TV, and I just personally
Asking me to
disagree
come
with
over and sit with him.
No.
Okay. I'm trying to fast forward past this part without missing anything. Jesus. Okay. Hold on, pause. 40 minutes, 37 seconds. Yes, Gemma Bell. Very much fucking uncomfy. I just really don't like fucking kids on TV. Anyways, 40 minutes, 37 seconds. We're pressing play. 3, 2, 1.
No.
We need a love seat.
We were opening presents. Kody started asking me to come over and sit with him. I didn't want to make a big scene. I don't want to rub this in McKelty and Isabel and Truly's face.
I'm not that optimistic right now. We're coming out of the holidays, and it's been the hardest year of my life. I don't know what our family looks like a year from now.
Thank you.
This whole breakup thing and the whole fight with Janelle is leaving me in pretty deep sorrow. I'm struggling to reach out to my kids anymore because Janelle's household is the source of my pain. I want a good Christmas. I'm present and centered with Robin and her kids as best as I can be so that I can enjoy my Christmas.
My Christmas.
I know
not
that
ours.
there's some things I've got to change, but I'm not ready. It's maybe not the best, but it's the place I'm in right at this moment. And there will be other Christmases. Next time.
He said, I just really can't be a present dad for those other fucking kids. And fuck it. There'll be other Christmases, so who cares? Bitch, hello? Just, oh my God. Like, at every turn, I don't respect the decisions that he makes in regards to his relationships, in regards to his parenting, just like none of it. Oh, wait, yeah, Savannah wasn't invited. What the fuck is that? Doesn't he, like, in theory, not have any beef with that kid? She didn't do anything. I don't respect any of the decisions that he makes, because they all seem so transparently about uplifting his ego as opposed to genuinely caring for the people he's in relationships with. Ooh, thank you, baby. Yeah, if you like the stream, like the stream. It does genuinely help. Also with that, we're not watching the preview for next time because we're going to watch it next time. Hi, bye. Thank you. Obligatory. You're doing great, sweetie. Thank you for the $5 and for the encouragement. This is a huge amount of emotional labor, and you always do an amazing job making everyone feel seen and welcome. Thank you. That's very kind of you, and I appreciate you for saying that. I can only hope that y'all feel like safe and welcome here. That's obviously the goal. So also thank you to everybody for being respectful of our community norms, being safe people, being kind. Mark, thank you for the 5 channel memberships. Let's see who got one. Let's see. Max, Mary Romine, Fabian, The Simulation, and Katie Bailey. You're all one of us now. Thanks for joining the channel memberships. Thanks, Mark, for gifting more memberships. You're the realist. Ooh, hi, Fat Fierce and Over 50. Thanks for coming. First time making a live. We're just about to wrap up, actually. But I'm glad you're here. Yes, definitely ending with a bang. Mackenzie. Okay. Yeah, I am just continually fucking disappointed in Kody and the way that he handles this whole situation and the way that he so transparently tries to manipulate everybody around him. But also that he seems to think that he's like being so covert about it when it's like so obvious is extra insulting, in my opinion. Yes, Mark, thank you. That's a wonderful eye bleach moment to wrap up the stream, I think. What did Kody call the loneliness? Sacred loneliness is what he called it. Baby, what are you doing? Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Let's see who else got one. Rugged Ascent, Renee Ramirez, hold on. Hannah Banana, Fat Fierce and 50. Oh, and Regina D. Welcome to the channel memberships, y'all. You're one of us now. Oh, God. Not the big dog. Thank you, you guys. Thank you for the eye bleach. I appreciate it. Yes, Christine, it is, which is why I think it's so funny. All right. Oh, I am so tired. Aaron and I are going to go get food now. Thank you guys for coming to the stream and for being flexible. I know the timing today was a little off, so thank you guys for hanging with me while we adjusted stuff. But I will be back next week, Friday, at our normal time, which is noon Tucson time, Mountain Standard Time, or 11 a.m. PST. It's like the normal time I listed in. Of course, Mary. Thanks for being here. Y'all are the best. Remedy. And I will see you guys next week. Yeah, facts. I'm exhausted. Okay, I will see you guys next week. Don't forget to like the stream. And don't forget about the video tomorrow. It's kind of a banger. I'm very excited about it. So